90% of sunscreen out there because they're so concerned with protecting the reefs.
Yeah.
Wow.
What's going on, guys? How we doing? Hopefully you guys are having a good
In the stuff that you buy here that starts with O.
Thursday evening. We are back at it. Best Bet Live coming to you tonight with a 2-5 no limit hold'em deep stack cash game with the $25 big blind ante that is in play. You got myself, Ryan, also known as Country, joined by the analyst himself, Mike Kruger, our card room manager at Best Bet Orange Park. Mike, how you doing, man? Hopefully everything's going well for you.
Pretty good. Pretty excited. Obviously, a pretty talkative table already.
Yeah, very talkative table. I was telling you a little bit before we went on the air with tonight's live stream that it's going to be a good one. We got some personalities on the table. We got some action players on the table tonight for this game. I got actually pretty high expectations for tonight's live stream as we see the return of Sammy. You see playing PLO. And the return of Mechanic Chuck. It's been a while since we've seen him on a live stream, and look at this already. Pocket jacks in the small blind for Chuck. He's going to call Sammy's raise to 100 with ace-10 suited. And then, of course, the BRB tacos is what we're going with tonight. He's going to call. So already, first hand of the night, a little over 340 over the middle. 6 queen 6 flop. Chuck very much has this board dominated, although all red cards and could face a potential diamond draw, but it looks like it's going to check to Sammy. Let's see what Sammy elects to do here on the button. And he's going to bet 200. Oh, we're already starting things off early.
Pretty good spot to c-bet. Obviously, if nobody has a queen, it's going to be hard for him to call, but Chuck happily calls with the jacks. Not going to put him on, probably Sammy's not putting him on that big of a pair either, thinking he would, put in the re-raise pre-flop.
All right, let's see a turn. Well, now the full house happens for Chuck. Welcome back to the live stream, Chuck.
So
Sammy's going to go and put it all in.
We got the windows open, and it's like the loudest.
Yeah, Sammy drawing dead, unfortunately.
Yeah, unfortunately. Chuck's going to get a big one here to start things off.
So at least for Sammy, he didn't hit a heart on the river and have the false hope that he got there.
I talked to the owner of the hotel, and he's like,
yeah, that was the turn card because, yeah, it did give Sammy his flush draw. Chuck already completed his full house, and, yeah, big hand for Chuck. Again, it's been a while since we've seen Chuck on the live stream. Took a little bit of a break from playing on the live stream. Was still playing a ton of cash. Was also playing a few tournaments as well, trying to get he said he was going to try to get on the live stream by playing the tournament final table. Didn't happen, though, but here he is back at it. And first hand, he gets a pretty big pot to kick things off.
oh, there it is.
Not a bad start for him.
It's illegal to own a snake out there, right? It's like they treat that the same as like murder. Like you get like a heavy prison sentence if you're caught with a snake out there at any point.
Raise 100.
Like we came in a little late. I don't know where they're talking about.
So Hunter just got back from Hawaii. Hunter was on on a bit of a vacation. Went out to Vegas for a little bit for the main for WSOP. Then he and his wife Alice went to Hawaii afterwards, and they just got back from that. So he's probably talking about his experiences with Hawaii and like some of the procedures they had out there.
This is the seat. This is the seat. Yeah, that jack was good.
If we could ever figure out a way to make a prop bet, I would love to wager who got more sun while Hunter was in Hawaii, Hunter or Don.
I told Hunter, I was like, well, you got a little bit of color, not too much, though. He's like, yeah, this is about the most tan I'll get.
I understand. I'm the same way.
Yeah.
I go from pale white to burnt red. Very little in between.
All right, so we got Sean Louis calling the 10. Sammy's in there as well with pocket deuces. Mr. Bill's in there with 7-6 off, and now Hunter Jack 10 suited. Under the gun, he did straddle. He's going to go ahead and bump it up. Thin out this field a little bit. Raises up to 150. Yeah, we got action players on this table. Sean Louis, very much an action player. Was actually out at Hustler a couple weeks ago. Was Sean Louis playing on those playing at the room.
Just that 3.
Was talking to me about some of the hands that he had. Had a very good time out there, he said. There we go. Ace-7, ace flop. Hunter's going to go ahead and fire out at this. And Sammy, who unfortunately got stung earlier, is going to let go of his deuces. Hunter's going to take it down.
So if anybody's just tuning in for the first time to this kind of a format, it's a 2-5 game with $25 big blind ante.
Mm-hmm.
So you're going to see a lot more pre-flop aggression. I think in a normal game, Hunter would have checked his option out of the straddle there, being so multi-way, but with all the dead money in the middle, you're really incentivized to open a really large size and try to just take it down uncontested.
And of course, guys, you do see in the 9C, Don E is on the table, so you know what that means. A lucky viewer could potentially win 5% of Don's earnings.
Hold up, guys. Hold up. It's a button straddle.
Hold up. Wait a minute.
600 online.
Yeah, Trey getting things back in control. Oh, another pocket pair for Sammy. That's not pocket fours.
How do you like the online?
It's like a 5-way limp pot.
7-4-10. Who's got the diamonds? Tacos is the only one that has a diamond, but it's a tray of diamonds.
Sammy's got the bottom set, so
He does, yep.
he fires it when check 2.
All the events that don't have a live final table, they're letting
Everybody's going to let it go.
Yep,
So
does
Sammy
take it down.
gets to take down a pot finally.
Yep.
some of the tables I got were just
Yeah, Sammy plays typically a lot of the PLO. Plays a lot of 1-2 PLO. Seen him play some 5-5 PLO. He's been part of our 5-10 PLO live stream as well. But he will play literally anything. Definitely wanted to get on the list this weekend for the live stream. He does definitely enjoy playing the live stream. Sammy's also a good guy. Like to definitely have him on these games. He has a lot of fun.
Good, good.
Let me say hey to a couple of you guys in the YouTube chat. Trey and Dre, good to see you. Steve and Miss Deb, always good to see you guys as well. Mark, good to see you. Eileen, first timer here on the live stream. Appreciate you stopping by. It's a good night to stop by. And of course, Dr. S, good to see you as well. So here we are. Don is going to go ahead and bump it up to 60 with his ace-king offsuit. Deuces for Tacos. He's going to go ahead and call. Oh, and Hunter has aces. Wow, we are getting some hands out early on this live stream.
Especially with Don and Hunter battling here. Could easily see Don come over the top with a 4-bet. The two have a lot of history. They know each other, likes to play aggressive.
And we see Hunter does 3-bet it to 300.
Yeah, you can see Don kind of weighing his options, whether he wants to click it back or just put in the call, but I would really imagine that he's going to put in a 4-bet.
That's what he's sizing up right now. Looks like it's going to be a little bigger than a min raise for his 4-bet. Yeah, 7-10 is the 4-bet. Tacos, no choice but to get out of there with his deuces.
Now, pretty interesting spot for Hunter, whether he just wants to flat. Obviously, if he puts in a 5-bet with aces, it's going to look very, very strong.
Right.
If he calls here, he allows himself to pretty much check the flop over to Don, who will continuation bet a lot of the time.
And he is going to go ahead and call. So we are going to see a flop heads up.
Yeah.
5-8 Trey.
You can see the pot size is almost the amount each player has behind. So not a bad spot to slow play.
Does decide to check it. While the deuce does come in a turn, Tacos would have been ahead of everybody. But again, the way that pre-flop action was going, can't stay in there with deuces.
No, especially if Tacos called, then Hunter obviously would have raised to thin the field, I think. This is just a situation where it's nice to mix in a call with your aces. Helps defend some of the times you call with some of the lighter of hands.
And Hunter is going to go ahead and fire out a bet here.
Yeah, bet's about half pot, 750 it looks like.
Yeah, and those outs you see at the top, unfortunately those are going to be chop outs.
So now Don's got to think it over. Would Hunter be doing this with ace king, ace queen? You know, you're not going to put him on a very large pocket pair like he has since he only called pre-flop.
Don does make the call. Oh, pretty big pot already booming, over 3K. Queen comes on to river.
And that might save Don the rest of his chips. I mean, a lot of the hands that you were calling with ace king was a lot of ace queen types. So a lot of times that queen gives Hunter a better hand.
And Hunter does rip it all in. Don immediately folding. A big hand for Hunter.
Yeah. Well, two of the bigger, more aggressive players running into each other there. So welcome back from Hawaii. Here's some pocket aces and a huge pot. Must be nice.
Straddle on the button.
Oh, another pocket pair here for Pablo this time. Pocket tens.
So I wouldn't be overly surprised if he limps like he does, given the action we've seen so far.
Yeah, no kidding.
You may not have to instigate it since somebody else will.
Sean Louis in there with the call. Tacos is going to bump it up. Trade deuce suited. He's going to raise it up. Like I said, we've already seen a lot of action so far. Hunter did straddle on the button here.
After Hunter's most likely going to fold, I'm wondering if Pablo's only going to call. I think if it went 80 and then somebody else called, maybe he springs the limp jam, but instead he's going to keep everybody he can in this hand.
Yeah, so pocket tens and a pair of suited hands. Jack 5 suited for Sammy. Trade deuce suited for Tacos. King 9.
Yeah, not a bad flop for Pablo. Also not a bad spot for Tacos to represent as the pre-flop raiser. But instead, Sammy threw a little wrench in there.
He did, and that's going to go ahead and give Pablo the green light to go ahead and raise it up. Well, it's funny. It was such a talkative table earlier. Now it's just silence.
Saw a couple of big pots, and suddenly game got serious.
Yeah, it did.
Now, it looks like, you know, Tacos might be having some nefarious thoughts.
Unfortunate for Tacos, he's drawing very, very thin.
Yeah, but I think he's thinking through what would Pablo limp call pre-flop, then check raise this flop with. It does scream like Pablo kind of raised there to squeeze out some value from people that are holding a 9, not necessarily king. A king might slow play on that flop. And because Tacos raised pre-flop, he can have the ace-king and the king-queen a lot of the time. So that looks like that's what he did, is he read Pablo's raise for a see where he's at type raise.
And now Tacos is going to go ahead and throw out 325 here after Pablo checks it to him.
Yeah.
The only way he's going to take down his hand is by bluffing. Pablo doesn't believe him. He's going to make the call.
Yeah, really strong line by Tacos. Fortunately for him, Pablo's got to pretty disguised pocket tens.
Well, now an ace comes on the river.
That might really open the door for tacos to jam.
I kind of was starting to wonder the same thing.
Because if you're Pablo on this board, given the fact that tacos pre-flop raised, came along on a check raise on the flop, it looks very, very strong.
And there is the jam.
Yeah, that's a really good read of the situation by tacos. Unfortunate for Pablo, most players aren't going to, take this line without having a monster.
Pablo, very much a seasoned player, though. He's played a lot of poker.
Yeah, he is getting really good pot odds.
Yep.
He only has 400 back, and it's getting 5-1, even though it looks very, very strong. If he's seen tacos get out of line in the past, I think he might be capable.
Yeah, and that's what I wonder, if he's maybe trying to see where he can maybe sniff out a potential bluff here. But as you said, it's just a strong line that Tacos has told with his story, with what he has potentially with his hand. Pablo does let it go. What a great hand from Tacos.
Surprised he didn't show it.
You know what? I was wondering if he was going to show it.
I really expected it.
That would have made for great theater.
Oof. That would have gotten the table talking again.
It would have, for sure, and it probably would have put Pablo on tilt.
Yeah, I'm assuming that's why he didn't do it. Like you were saying, Pablo's a nice guy, and
yeah,
you get to take down a huge pot on a huge bluff. You may not want to rub it into somebody that's, one of the more players that you like having present.
Sure.
It's a lot easier to show the bluff against a guy you don't like.
All right, so here's Mr. Bill now getting in the mix. Ace-10 offsuit's going to bump it up to 60. Sean Louis, King-8. He's going to let go. And now Sammy, what's Sammy got? What we got? Jack-8 suited, he'll call. Yeah, he'll definitely play his hand. 9 times out of 10, any 2 cards, Sammy's going to play it.
I mean, he also was closing the action. Getting about 2-1 because of that dead quarter in there, so.
Right.
Not the worst spot.
All right, so we do see a flop. There we go. Deuce-5, deuce flop. Mr. Bill will take this down just by firing a bet and take it. I do want to give a shout out as well, by the way, to everyone who did come through for our Christmas in July promotion. I know we were pretty busy during that time. I know when we had the room share for the final 3 days, all 3 rooms seemed to be very busy. I was out at Orange Park on the final day. Had a good time.
It's true. I saw him. He's not making it up.
I was there. I donated a little, but still was a good time. Still was very fun. Get to see a lot of the people out there at OP. Always good to hang out with everybody. But it doesn't stop for us, because we did just start up satellites for the Card Player Poker Tour satellites. That's going into the Mega Satellite. That's going to be taking place on Saturday, which is going to be some seat guarantees for the main event. Tons of satellites going on for Card Player. Make sure you check out the website, bestbetjacks.com, for all the details when it comes to our promotions, tournaments, live stream schedule. Basically, all the information you need to know is there on the website. But yeah, it's a ton of satellites going on. That's going to be getting people into the main event, which is the $1,700 mystery bounty event. That's going to be taking place to headline the Card Player Poker Tour. Of course, it all starts off with event 1 on Thursday, August 10th, 2 weeks from now. It's kind of crazy.
Only
2 weeks from now.
So I think there's some satellites into that first event as well, kind of sprinkled in there.
Yep.
So a little bit for each of the 2 major events going on.
Yeah, event 1 being a $400 no limit hold'em tournament, 6 flights in that tournament, $100K guaranteed in the prize pool. for event number 1. 300K guarantee for the main event for the mystery bounty. And that's not including the bounty pools, too.
And what ends up happening is like,
Yeah, I think both events are going to blow it out of the water.
Yeah.
Wouldn't be surprised to see it hit about
I want to say
quarter
during
mil
the,
and a half mil.
Yeah, I want to say during the Run Good series, we had 600K in the prize pool for that main event. When we had Run Good.
Yeah, Run Good absolutely smashed. It was, I think, almost 3 times the guarantee on a majority of the events. Well, here we see Sammy get it all in with top. Don's got the flush draw.
He does. I see a club hit. Does not, actually.
So Sammy does get a double up.
Wow. 9s and 8s. Sammy was able to fade it all.
See a rough start tonight for Don. Had that ace-king against Hunter's aces, and now flush draw where he's doubling Sammy up.
Yeah, pretty big double ups for Sammy. He needed that. It looks like the 6 of spades didn't read on the board, so yeah, we'll get that adjusted and fixed here. We'll close out this hand. But Don does, unfortunately, give up some to Sammy there. There we go. Now the hand does close out.
And just in case anybody is not necessarily a tournament player, more of a cash game player, we're talking about the Christmas in July, but we do have another shared promotion coming up here, August 5th, right around the corner, doing a shared promo that day.
Oh yeah, that's is that the 1500 every 30?
Yeah, 1500 every 30. So pretty similar to Christmas in July. Just pretend it's the 15th, you know. Well, that's going to be across all 3 rooms from 2 to midnight. 1500 every 30 minutes. So a little bit for everybody. We got satellites left and right, and we're sneaking a promo in the middle of it. Now Sammy with another pocket pair.
Yeah, Sammy's been getting all the pocket pairs right now. Pablo did raise it to 75. Sammy does call. Action on tacos now. King 4 suited.
I was thinking about it, but both Pablo and Sammy are a little bit on the shorter stack side, so probably not getting the right odds to call.
And Pablo does smash this flop with the pair of aces, out flopping Sammy.
Yeah, the ace is the only overcard, so Sammy might be tempted to call 1 bet.
Yeah.
You know, especially when it's a continuation bet from a pre-flop raiser.
Looks like Pablo's going to put 75 in again. Yeah, with that being a Saturday too, the 1500 every 30. You know, live stream ends at 9 o'clock. That gives me a couple hours, maybe. I'm just saying.
You could always come in before.
It'd be kind of hard with the live stream.
Yeah. Just assuming that you're not a nighttime guy, or not a morning person.
Yeah. Well, remember on Saturdays the live stream starts at 4, so
yeah, that's true.
The promotion starts at 2, so wouldn't give me a lot of time.
So that I can sleep that night, dude. You understand?
Right, so Pablo puts in most of his stack, put in about 170, so he's got 100 left behind, but that's going to be more than enough for Sammy to let it go. So Pablo will scoop here. Also, guys, we are a little over 20 subscribers away now from 9,000 subscribers on our YouTube channel. As always, we appreciate all the support. If you like what you're watching, of course, if you guys wanted to support the channel, make sure you do hit that like and subscribe. Every little bit of support does help our live stream. And also want to give a shout out to Chase, one of our live stream dealers. He and his wife just had their 2nd child. So
congratulations, Chase.
Mm-hmm. At least I think it's their 2nd child. I'm not 100% sure. They had another child. That's what I'll say. And so here's Chuck getting back into the mix. King 9 suited, raised up to 65.
Happened to come across this name from like a
Taco's ran so good that he called me a good dealer.
Hunter's got 5-4 suited. He's going to call.
And of course, Sammy's going in there as well.
Dude, I was running so good, I should have made some.
So yeah, 3 ways to a flop we go.
You did. You made a good deal.
Ace 5-5 flop.
If I played that,
So
And it is a hard
Hunter with
draw for
trips.
Sammy.
Yeah, Hunter 3 of a kind, Sammy flush draw, and they're both presumably going to check it to Chuck. He's the pre-flop raiser, so he should continue on ace high boards.
He is. He is indeed going to go ahead and bet 90 here.
So it's going to be interesting to see if Hunter decides to check raise now or just flat. I think in either case, Sammy's going to stick it all in with the flush draw.
Yeah. 250. I mean, that essentially is going to go ahead and put Sammy all in. I would think, anyway.
I don't think you're going to fold a flush draw in this kind of a situation too often.
Whoa, he does.
Yeah.
Wow. All right. Well, the raise from Hunter gets through.
anyways, yeah, so I watched.
Thought he was going to happily stick it in with the flush draw there.
I thought so too, but Sammy lets it go.
Does read Hunter for strength, which
Yeah.
obviously we can see he did have 3-5s, so maybe he thought there was a chance it was ace-5 suited instead of 5-4 suited, in which
Sure.
case he'd be drawing dead.
I played a couple big hands with him, so I expected some
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, it was only going to be a 10 high flush.
that video. Another video.
Yeah, that could be part of it too. Maybe Hunter's check raising with King Queen of Hearts, for example. Now you're drawing very, very thin.
But I'm just very much surprised with Sammy, who likes to mix it up quite a bit. That was still a bit of a surprising fold, but he ended up getting out of there.
A little bit crazy.
60 bucks.
And Don is going to go ahead and raise up to 65 here with his ace deuce suited. I want to say it looked like he topped back off. I want to take a look at his chip stacks again. I think he had more black.
I was going to say, he normally does, so I would imagine he did.
I want to say he topped back off, but we'll take a look once we get another shot of the hand here. He does hit a deuce on his flop, but 6 is very much in the lead. Yeah, he definitely did top back off. So he's definitely got more than what the stats are showing.
I was just like,
I just wanted him to show me that you can call it off with one pair.
now that I've
You just played so tight. I didn't think you could call off that.
now that I've watched his stream or his like vlog or whatever, I'm like, oh, I see. I
Jack of
promised
clubs
that, but I didn't
turn.
know he was gonna be in the game, like, you know what I mean?
I have more
Doesn't
respect
change
for-
too much for either player.
Good. He played really solid.
And Don's going to check it over. Tacos is going to go ahead and fire out a bet. That's 150. Don's going to go ahead and call it. A 4 on the river. Still doesn't really change much.
Yeah, another pretty safe card.
Don does
Why do
check
I
it.
feel like you have 8s or some shit.
Tacos does just go ahead and go to showdown, and
Tacos wasn't super far off. I mean,
No, he
Don had
wasn't.
Uses, but you know, a weak pair definitely makes sense.
Never come in because they're just too shy.
Yeah.
It's like it's great. Like he's helping to grow the game in a good way.
Aaron, good to see you in the YouTube chat. Hopefully doing well, man.
And like his content is
Hopefully everything is well with you.
right where like a lot of these guys that play
I
like
think we're about close to this first down being completed.
dollar pot, I played with Tom Juan, or it's like well that's not realistic for 99.9% of people.
Yeah, there's
right?
like 2 of those games in the world. Yeah.
Yeah.
10-7 suited for Sammy. He's just going to go ahead and make
Playing,
a
like,
call.
game, you can just go play.
Actually, no, just a raise, min raise to 10. Thought the straddle might have been on, but no, he does min raise it.
Right.
And here's Tacos. Going to go ahead and bump up 65 with his pocket trays.
Well, I heard you like always have gotten smoke here.
Sammy calls. Chuck's going to go in as well with ace-9 suited.
I don't think he played that. Maybe 3 or 4 sessions total.
4 Jack-8. Oh, wow.
Clubs for both.
Yeah.
Sammy does have a gut shot to go
He
with
does
his
as
flush
well.
draw.
Now Sammy does rip it all in. With his
Yeah, about
remaining two.
Pretty much pot-sized shove.
Yeah. He's got like 260, 270 he's all in for. Chuck,
Yeah,
of course,
Chuck,
is not going to go in the air.
Yeah, Chuck just asking for how much I need to put into call. Nut flush draw, not going anywhere.
Oh, Chuck already called. All right.
There you see the outs. Ace of spades on the turn. And Chuck, again.
No way I was going to put that board.
Gonna take that one down.
For the turn, shit. It's a good call.
That's the nuts out of everybody says coming in.
Nice hand, bud. Nice hand.
Yeah, the quarter doesn't count if it's taken down pre-flop.
There is no rate free to play there. That's the least you can do.
So we are going to see Sammy reload. He's not leaving. So like it's going to be Sammy rebuying for 1,000. Everybody a little quiet after that hand. Nut flush draw versus lower flush draw, the straight draw.
I gotta find a day where
Pretty easy all-in spot.
You don't have to do it at 7, but in the
you should
morning.
definitely come over and try
In the
this.
morning.
Yeah, in the meantime, let's go ahead and see the first stats after 30 minutes. Hunter, yeah, the big hand that he got with Don. That's why Hunter's up as much as he is. Don, unfortunately, the most stuck out of everybody. But it is super early. And this 2-5 game with the $25 big blind ante does play pretty big. And then look at the VPIPs. Sammy, 76%. Very rare to see Sean Louis with only 15% for his VPIP. That's probably the lowest I've ever seen for Sean Louis. But, I mean, this has been a pretty active table.
Is there like test tubes and beakers and shit? Yes, they are genetically engineering that shit.
It's all about like the acidity.
All right, looks like we got a limp pot here. So we got 4 players at a flop. Ace, King, Trey.
The acidity, so then it's also the alphabet.
So what is in the lead right now? Chuck's Queen 9.
Say queen high.
Yep.
Not a lot for anybody on this board. And given the fact that it was a limp pot, there's no aggressor that's going to put out a continuation bet either. And checked around.
Yeah, looks like it's going to check around again. Now Mr. Bill's going to go ahead and fire out the bet.
He's got to know his 10 high is no good. Does have a gut shot.
And for Hunter, he does have a flush draw with that deuce of spades on the turn. He's going to go ahead and call.
Call 3, fold 7, fold. I know he's gonna hold.
So maybe them two heads up to a river.
And a queen does get there on the river. So Hunter does have the check mark.
Say Hunter
Chuck.
improves, but it's not the way he wanted. And
Exactly, yeah. Mr. Bill does fire out a pretty sizable bet, and Hunter will let it go.
So like the light roast is the most acidic. Right, and then medium like the longer.
we see Mr. Bill taking down a nice pot.
Yeah. And I see someone in the YouTube chat. Mr. Bill looking good. It's nice to see him. Yep, the legend himself. We call him the legend, Mr. Bill.
Are you saying that the problems these places have always had is
Do not let the Vietnam veteran hat
where you get like that great
fool you. Mr. Bill likes to get involved. And
So we
it's
just
probably,
saw him take one down with 10 high.
yeah.
He's here to play poker, not knitted up.
So they have like a special way of making a
Yeah, this is right now. This has been a super active table. He's trying to find his way to pick his spots. I think we'll see Mr. Bill on the 510 live stream tomorrow night.
So I'd imagine quite a few of these guys will be back tomorrow night.
Mm-hmm.
So will both of us.
Yeah, exactly. Should be a good one tomorrow night for 510. So Tacos does raise it to 50. Mr. Bill does call.
Pablo, second time he's got pocket 10s.
10s worked out. I want to say 10s worked out well for him last time, but...
No, he got bluffed
Actually,
off
no.
of
That was the bluff. That was the bluff from Tacos. That's right. I had to think about that. No, that was the big bluff from Tacos.
Yeah, we're going to see him play him a little bit more aggressively this time.
Mm-hmm.
Last time he kind of went for the trap and blew open his face a little bit, opened the door for Tacos to bluff him, but here his 3-bet does take it down.
Yep. So Pablo does get some chips back in front of him. Yo, that's my dude EZ in the YouTube chat. Where are you at, EZ? This would be a game you'd want to play.
It's like the first year ever that I think like people think we're gonna be good.
I mean, it's the type of game I'd want to play.
Yeah, I mean, I know EZ would want to be on this table with who's on here. With Pablo and Chuck and Sean Louis.
Hunter, you gotta have a drink with me, man.
No,
I know I give you a hard time sometimes, EZ, but appreciate you coming through, man. Hopefully things are going well for you.
I respect it. I'm not gonna pressure you. $10.
Your day off? All right, fair. Wait, you take days off? No, I'm kidding. Queen Jack for Pablo is going to call with Hunter raising it up to Queen with his King 10. Sean Louis is going to call.
circuit the weekend after the big tourney here. So playing a lot this month.
If you catch me on the right,
Nice to see Sean Louis finally get a hand that's playable. We haven't even seen anything even close.
I don't really love tournament play, but
Yeah, ace-high board, especially multi-way. You're going to see everybody slow down a little bit.
I see you like at every final table.
Oh, and Sean Louis and Hunter do catch a king.
And it gives Pablo a gut shot to Broadway as well.
Yeah, it does. Pretty interesting turn card.
It's a pretty interesting bet here. Honestly, Pablo could have a lot of aces. So I think both Sean Louis and Hunter might take it a little easy on that. Since Hunter pre-flop raised, Pablo would call with an ace. You know, like say like a weaker ace, like ace 10, or some of the suited wheel aces.
The ace does come behind the board.
That removes a lot of the ace-x combos, so now a king might be calling. So it does check around.
Yeah, we'll go to showdown, and Hunter will scoop up another one. His 10 will play.
I think a brick river, Pablo may have fired at it and taken it down. Like I said, because Hunter was a pre-flop raiser, Pablo could have a lot of those like suited wheel aces, which he would check to see what Sean does on the flop. And then by betting on the turn, it would look like he has one of those weaker aces. So I think he might have repped it if the river was a little bit better. Obviously, when an ace comes, it's a little bit tougher to represent an ace.
Also, Easy, yeah, I got you on the that 5-10 list. Just so you know, you are 17th on the list, but I do got you on the list
I'm on the list, but I think
for the
I might
5-10
be
tomorrow.
I don't know what that means here.
But you're also in the YouTube chat, so you're really high up on the list in our hearts.
I don't know.
Yeah.
It's really hard to say.
Yeah, Hunter's going to raise it up to 50. He's got Queen 10 suited. Did fold around to him, so he's the initial opener.
tomorrow. What do we got?
And here we go. Don, I'm going to call him with ace 6 suited. So Don versus Hunter, round 2.
I'm not on that list there. You're getting strict with me. Two lists max under it. Cut me off.
They can't even fill up some of the games, man.
Was that Annie right in the middle?
Do 6-5 flop.
It's a really good flop for Don's actual hand.
Yeah. Has a pair of
would
6s
imagine.
plus the diamond draw.
Was it 4 o'clock tomorrow?
It's a good board for Hunter to continuation bet. So
Saturday is 4. I think tomorrow's 6.
Yeah.
we are going to see these two battle again.
It's a good opportunity for Don to try to get unstuck, though.
Yeah, he's going to put in the small check raise.
Yeah.
Does take it down.
I say get unstuck. I meant a little unstuck because he's definitely down about 2K right now.
And it's not always about, winning one pot that gets you unstuck.
Right, yeah.
Just building any sort of momentum helps when you think nothing's going my way. Then you take down a nice pot, a little pot here, a little pot there, start building that back up.
Yeah, it start to get a little momentum back.
She's like, it's the first time in my
Henry asking, when's the next tournament series? We actually just got done talking about it. Card Player Poker Tour, August 10th through the 21st. Kicking things off with event 1, a $400 no limit hold'em tournament. 6 flights in that tournament, 100K guaranteed in the prize pool. And again, headlined by the Mystery Bounty main event, $1,700 buy-in, 300K guaranteed in the prize pool. Plus, not to mention bounties that can be pulled anywhere from the range of $500 to $50K. So it's going to be a lot of fun for the card player here. Chuck's going to bump it up the 50 with his king-queen. Unfortunately, no one had anything to go with him to the flop, so he is going to go ahead and take this down pre-flop. Just take down the dead money. Pow, he says.
You want to just troll people like you want to get in there and blast on people like Gil? I feel like that's Gil's favorite thing. He just goes in.
I can see there's something behind me.
Right. Blast people.
Yeah,
Really bring it down my neck.
I could feel that. Like that I would have been able to feel. Button straddle.
All right, so you got a straddle on the button. Action's going to start with tacos.
So like that guy Nick from Ewan, he's like a full-time live stream critic. Live stream critic? No, I'm being serious.
He's in every stream.
Every single one, like stuff that I haven't even heard of. Like they'll have that stupid Daytona stream going, and Nick from Yuma's here in the chat. Where it's like, I think he's got like surround sound streams going on.
We have seen Nick from Yuma. This
is true.
I'm being serious. He's probably got like 4 or 5 of them up at the same time.
Huh.
You would think he's getting good,
I don't think the guy even.
If you watch that much,
Now we see Sean flop bottom set.
When you're 4-tabling the live streams, like
multi-table watching streams. That's a new definition. Play 6 tables.
I was like laughing along, and now I realize I've done that before, watching those on live stream.
You're like, wait a minute, hold on.
Crap. I was like, crap,
They're
I've done that.
vicariously talking about me. Even
Well,
though my
it's a very-
name's not being brought up, I relate
When you
to
got
this.
when you have 2 friends on 2 different final tables that are being live streamed, you gotta sweat them.
Yeah.
like 95% of them are like.
It's funny. Well, I'll wait till after this hand to maybe tell a story, since Sean bets 3 1/4 with his bottom set. Oh, actually, both players fold. Boo.
Yeah, Sean Lewis.
But I remember,
down.
I think it was during the NFL playoffs this last year. We had a final table, and there was another nearby final table that had a friend on each one, so I had 2 final tables, but also the NFL game going.
Oh wow.
And I came to work like 2 days later, and our boss Jesse the boss, shout out,
Yep. Shouts
was
to
here,
Jesse
and he
the
asked how my weekend was, and I was like, Sunday night was so much fun. I had the football game on one TV and the streams on the other 2, and he goes, oh yeah, that's what we did. So, not the only ones. So it can happen. The button straddle was on again on this hand. $10 to go, a couple of limps so far, and Sean looks down at King Queen.
That's a horrible move.
He's gonna bump it to 75.
And I'm playing any too.
That changes everything.
Or call 75.
Sammy just flat calls with ace queen.
Okay, I'm out. It's a slippery slope.
You can't fold now, bro.
It's a
You
slippery
got pot
slope.
odds, man.
No, you
You
can't.
got like 15% equity. Run the numbers.
It's a trap.
It is close. But we're going 4 ways to a flop.
That's me.
10, 6, 7 rainbow. Mr. Bill at bottom pair. Pablo's got middle pair plus gut shot. When everybody checks it to Sean Louis, he does put out a pretty large C bet. Going near pot size continuation with his 2 overcards. And now for Pablo, it's a matter of do I want to get it in now or save for another day. He's got pair, straight draw, backdoor flush draw as well, so pretty hard to get off of this hand. Even though, from what we've seen so far, Sean Louis hasn't gotten too crazy. So maybe Pablo thinks he's not c-betting as light as he is. And then, given his chip stack, it's pretty hard to only call, so he does elect to fold rather than go all in. That's back-to-back pots for Sean Louis. He pretty much looked down at garbage hands for about 30 straight minutes, and now he gets back-to-back pots.
This is going to be a spaceship launch right here at 10 p.m. Somebody's going to blast off.
Who's it gonna be? I think it's gonna be you jamming with 2 overs.
It might be.
You're not gonna
Two overs that
two
flush
overs
draw.
with no flush draw.
Go for it.
Yeah. You do it on me, I'm gonna snap your ass.
Trey honor that.
You just have to tell him that you realize. Mr. Bill's like, dude, I need 2 cards.
Hold 6, call 7.
So Mr. Bill did put the button straddle on.
He said he's such a legend. that he
Starts
gets 1 card.
getting rained on of compliments from the table. So a couple players limp, and then we see Don E puts in a raise to 75.
You are a legend, brother.
Here you can see him starting to open up lighter and lighter, take advantage
I like it.
of the limpers, taking it down with Queen 4, or pushing Sammy off Queen 4. He had Queen Deuce.
Check out his
Oh,
shirt, bro.
I already commented to you. I was like, I love his shirts. And I was, because you were getting an order, and you were up to go, and I was like, what would a legend do in this spot? And he's like, he'd take his dear old ass time.
Straddle. He only got 1 card that hand, that's why he folded.
8 cents out.
You can thank him later for winning that pot. If he'd have got 2, game over.
Call. His shirts are the best. Hold 6, 7. 9 folds. 1 fold, 2 fold.
So straddle was on again from the button. Hunter put it on this time. And this hand does limp around. Just Pablo limping in, and Hunter checks his option. We do see a Queen 10-6 flop, so top pair for Pablo. Hunter does have bottom pair. So he's going to stab when it gets checked over to him. Pablo does check raise it up. And Hunter's got to let it go.
Nobody's run first on this string.
Oh shit, that was a big one. No, I didn't put up.
Maybe
No,
like
I
in
did not.
totality, I've had a session where it was
Forgot about that for a second.
like
Yeah,
in
100%
totality.
I
Nobody's
just put
got
it up.
smacked in the face by more 1-outers
I think
with
in
1 card to
totality,
count.
who was the guy who hit the? Oh wait, no, that was Carson.
I wasn't gonna say a thing about it because I was like putting all that behind me. I was starting
Yeah, why are you resurfacing all this stuff?
We were just saying good things.
He tried to put it
How
in
are
the
you going
vault.
to spin this? I literally was just saying I was happy for you, man. I was like, dude, checks up. I feel so
Well, it's early, man. It is really early.
Yeah, I mean, he's probably going to get one out of all.
But,
Hey,
like, it doesn't matter, though.
Tacos with some next level double reverse jinxing going on.
Running good for a couple hours and then getting smashed is still better than getting smashed for 5 hours straight.
Is that right?
Is that right?
No.
I think so.
No.
Hold on.
If you're getting smashed for a couple hours straight, you probably just leave. You never see the 5th hour of getting smashed.
Oh.
But when you're up, you're thinking, oh, I'm invincible. The next thing you know, then you...
Some dude calls you with 6'9" suited and then flops a straight clutch and you flop the skate.
Something like that, usually.
That's pretty extreme.
So, highly debated whether Chuck runs the worst or not. He's the one who opened with 10-8 suited. He made it 45 to go. We see Mr. Bill, Hunter, and Sammy all put in the call.
Yeah, he's walked. He's moved.
I might just give 50 months.
A queen deuce flop. Nobody with a pair. Checks around to Hunter. He's gonna go ahead and try to take it down. Puts out a little 1/3 pot bet, 60, and it does work. Everybody's got to let it go.
You're right. 70 mozzarella sticks. 50 mozzarella.
I'm at the Marinara. 17 might not be enough.
17 is not enough. I'm practically drinking that stuff. Gonna have to Joey Chestnut, like mini hot dog competition.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Joey Chestnut's
The like 28-time hot dog eating champ.
Oh, the
Michael
Chinese
Jordan.
guy or the Korean guy?
Michael Jordan. No, he's totally American.
What?
old man.
Yeah, totally. Isn't he?
He might have been born here, but like, he's Asian, right?
He's got, it looks like maybe like a quarter and 8.
So confused that Hunter's usually pretty up on current events. Doesn't know who Joey Chestnut
All I gotta
is.
say is apologies to whatever all-you-can-eat restaurant he goes to.
Lucas Vance, what it is up indeed. Thanks for coming out. Thanks everybody for coming out, tuning in. Pretty lively, fun table so far here at Best Bet Jacksonville.
Oh, no.
You're good. No, yep.
See Chuck and Mr. Bill go heads up to an 8-7 step flop, so Mr. Bill gets all of it.
That's 35 there.
Puts out a little bet, praying to get some value, but fortunately for him, Chuck had nothing.
Good.
It's like-
Pretty good.
What is the high end? Now, or is it today?
Say I am running good because I had nothing. Of course, couldn't have anything. He had it all.
8's full of 7.
Oh, no,
7's full
I
of
had.
8s. 7's full of 8s.
No, it's not
As they say, Mr. Bill had all of that hand. That's
Yeah.
You might turn or river the boat, a legend just flops it.
Yeah. Go for the quad.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, he flops a boat, turns quads.
Got a 1.
So Tacos is going to put the under the gun straddle on.
Was he going crazy?
It was, yeah, so one
Somebody
orbit,
was going
it took one orbit to get to 51025, and within an hour, Russ pays like $500 for a seat. I don't remember how much it was. He took this seat.
I think it was 200. He paid the
200.
CC. Yeah.
200 for just to get a seat, and then immediately,
Buyout that is, right?
Immediately.
the best buyout of all time.
I would have contributed.
immediately, like 6 of the 8 players start restraddling with 50, and that's kind of how it went the whole night.
In case anybody's unaware, they're talking about a live stream game we had about 2 weeks ago.
It was actually
Poker vlogger Lexo came up from South Florida. Game got pretty big, pretty fast.
not quite the best
So in this hand, we see Pablo put out the C-bet and take it down.
Yeah, I wouldn't have either.
Yeah, pretty wild game just a few weeks ago with Lexo Poker. I got to watch his YouTube vlog from that trip. Did come out just a couple of days later. He's snuck up quite a few times.
I was beating me on that
Why
board.
did you let Lex get you on the river, man?
Nah,
God,
I had a different plan.
I knew I was like, he's gonna bet this. Number one, I thought that he was gonna check it back and give up. Number two, if it wasn't another spade, I was gonna fire.
60, 40.
Were you the one with that?
Pablo makes it 60 to go, ace queen.
Naked ace.
You had the ace, he had the king. Okay. So you would have been good.
Yeah, if I just would have ripped on top of it, I knew that he didn't have much. That's all I knew.
Right. But he went so big on the river, right? Like it was
No,
like,
he didn't even go that big in the river, honestly. It looked value. It looked either value or weak. And this guy just gave up. I thought he was going to check it back on the river, and then he's going to be like, I don't have anything. But he didn't do that. Triple barrel. To his credit. Yeah, he did. To his credit.
he is capable
So
of also
went three ways to the flop. Pablo does flop. Pair of aces with his ace queen. Neither play worth much. So this is going to be the second pot in a row for Pablo. Pablo with not big pots, but back-to-back pots that he gets to take down nonetheless. No, he had a little bit of a rough start, so nice to see a little bit of a bounce back. Bubba Jones says, what up? What's up to you, Bubba? Sorry to hear that you've been a little busy. Obviously, usually busy hands are happy hands, though, so glad you said you're coming back soon.
Don,
We'll be happy to have you.
Lexo. Brett was kind of the mini guy, and then I was in the H.
Anybody else is interested in coming back or
He busted like 3 times.
just for the first time joining in on the live stream game, you can find all of our live streams listed up on the website, bestbetsjacks.com.
That's what they
In the
told me.
poker section, just click on live stream.
I didn't know he had a fast food moniker.
Apparently, that's who there's a lot of different styles. That's what I've heard. I don't know.
Nicky threw the cape on against Russ, and
Oh yeah, holy fuck.
it was like literally like half a second.
Wow, Taco's waking up with pocket queens
Like a 4K half like
after a couple of limps and Chuck raises.
2 and 1 quarter.
that's why Russ is gonna be tough.
Pulls are on to the 8. They're 2 and a quarter.
Barbara says hi over on Facebook. Welcome to the stream, Barbara. You might be tuning in just in time for a fun hand. As Chuck is weighing his options. Elects to call. Taco's 3-bet. See a flop of King Jack Jack. Not the best flop for Tacos. A little scary when you have pocket queens on this kind of a board. But he does continuation bet. It looks like he went with a pretty large continue, which might push Chuck off of his Broadway draw, +1 over. And it does. So Tacos, pocket queens get to take down a little bit of a pot. Only queens.
So is Nicky stacked up now? Is he flush? Maybe. He went all the money in the house game?
What's that?
So yeah, nice C bet by Tacos there. Obviously, it's sometimes it can be a little scary to continue on a board like that, but that is why you got to do it. Deny Chuck his Broadway and overcard draw.
Did you get 1K shells or was he?
Something like that, yeah, like maybe 1K to 1,500. No, he was just.
That's for the waitress. When you order from
I had him dead to right, his king to ace queen, we ran it twice. Russ folds the queen, still hits the queen. But we ran it twice, so we split it. But then Lexo got him like 20 minutes later, ace king, ace queen again. And I think Russ got him a time or two. Russ got Todd for like 12K, aces versus queens.
Todd's one of my favorite players. He's good, but he's action. He's good action. But yeah, like
It didn't take Russ 6 hands to jam on me with Jack High.
yeah. That's Russ.
I called his ass.
If anybody wants to watch the stream that they're talking about right now, just look for the 5-10 game featuring Lexo on our YouTube channel from 2 weeks back. Definitely a good watch. A lot of action.
Dude, it went like, especially if you have queens. And Todd snapped him. He snapped.
Like Hunter said, Todd's a good aggressive player.
Not going anywhere with queens.
If anybody has watched our stream before, quite a few players talking about are on the more aggressive side, so they collided quite a few times that night.
I mean, he gets max value on all his hands because of that. But dude, it was snapped. Like it was just like it's like a 125 open, $500 raise, all in snap call. Like
What are you gonna waste time for? You're not folding your Russ. Not cool. Maybe something else.
Yeah, 175.
And here we're going to see Tacos take one down uncontested.
Yeah, I mean,
After it checked around to him, he happily took the green light to win that one.
Probably not. It's only 55 bigs.
how deep were you? Like what was the
55 bigs deep. It was like
55 bigs on like A2 or something?
like action, like active middle-aged white guy, like limps under the gun, and then goes like action Asian guy ISO, I3 bot, and then UTG limper ships it.
Speaking of Asian guy, I texted Asian X to try to get him to come play today.
Oh, you got his number?
Yeah, Superman says that game was action because Russ was on it. Yeah, Russ tends to bring a good bit of action. That is for sure.
That guy,
He's a legend, bro.
he might be more action than Russ, bro.
Dude, you know what's funny is we were playing, I think it was a 2-5 game. I can't remember if it was 2-5 or 5 over at St. Og, and he played pretty like solid when we played like the regular. Hold on, just listen, man. I was really impressed, like after watching the stream where he's like jamming like 9 high on you for 6.
Sammy.
Anyways, he played really solid like when we were playing the normal game, and then every time we did PLO bomb pots, he would just pot it every time. Pot. It took him like 2 hours before he realized it's PLO. Like there would be 300 in the pot, and he would just be like.
Saw Pablo shake his head. He's definitely a little frustrated tonight. Sammy sprung a limp raise, which is usually a pretty strong hand. Ace Jack suited, obviously a strong hand in its own right, but
There's no way
not a hand Pablo could go to war with.
There's no way I could make that call in a million years. No way. Like
Against him, though?
He jammed like 5x pot or something.
You had really-
there's like 1,200 in there, and he ships it like
and it's like
6,000.
6 or 7K. Yeah.
I've never played with him before.
Even though you were ahead, though, you still had like pretty thin value though. Yeah, can I get a 50 mozzarella sticks? Wait a minute, I'm not gonna eat all those. Is anybody gonna eat those? No. All right, just give me one order.
I'm not gonna let you ruin my island energy with the
Yeah, those are
mozzarella
gonna be
sticks.
horrible for your health. But if I'm gonna drink 6 Coronas, I might
You need something greasy, right?
I need that grease to sop up the alcohol.
was really excited to see if Tacos actually was going to try to eat 50 mozzarella sticks.
I wouldn't put it past him, for sure.
He pump faked it. He ordered 50, but then said never mind.
Ah.
Thought he was going to try.
So you can't do that. You got to stick to it. So I can check it back around, and Hunter will go ahead and fire out.
A little stab.
Yeah, a little stab. $15 bet.
So Sammy's probably going to call. He's got a gut shot to Broadway.
That he does. Unfortunately, misses.
Yeah, he does not hit it. And Hunter's going to win with the deuces.
Sean Louis is like, oh, I folded sixes. Oh, well. It be like that. I see some new people.
Go
ahead.
So you see a bet, a couple players behind you. It's kind of hard to call with an underpair of the board.
Mm-hmm. Let's see if you guys in the YouTube chat, Superman, good to see you. Yeah, great lineup for this table tonight. This 2-5 with the $25 big blind Ante. All right, Don's going to try to get in it, and he's going to go ahead and bump it up to 75 with his ace-queen off. Unfortunately, no action at this time, except for Sammy. He'll put it in the call. Let's see, King-Jack offsuit for Sammy. 7-10-10 flop.
Same, brother. I've just been bluffing my ass off. I did have the queen at one time.
You did flop a boat.
Yeah, I'm about to say, both of those games were against me.
I flopped the boat with 7-2, but like other than that,
Big ass pot on that one, didn't I?
Don thinking his ace is good here. And Jack on the turn. Gives Sammy a pair of jacks. Sammy basically throwing out a pot-sized bet. 300 here.
Yeah, pretty good bet size to just take it down. As you can see, any queen, king, or ace would have given Don a better hand. Maybe he knows that. Puts in the call.
Does make the call, and the 9 does come on the river.
Yeah, so Sammy with the best hand right now.
Sammy's going to check. He's got a little bit more than what the graphics are showing because he does have a few black chips there.
Yeah, it looks like still a little bit less than a pot-sized bet behind.
Mm-hmm.
So I think maybe if he checks it over, we can induce a bluff out of Don and turn his top pair into a bluff catch.
Well, let's go ahead and show stats. Didn't have a chance to show them right at the hour mark because had to go take care of a few things out on the table and for the room. But here it is. Hunter's still up the most right now. Tacos is up a bit. Chuck is still up. Sean Louis up a bit as well. Unfortunately for Don, he is stuck a bit. But we'll keep an eye on him, see if we can potentially do the Don's earnings. Although it looks like pretty slim right now at the moment. But there's a look at the V-pips. That is the lowest I've ever seen Sean Louis V-pip, 22%.
So that, I think the first 45 minutes, there wasn't a single even close to playable hand that he had.
Yeah, he was card dead a lot of it, but it seems like he's been able to get it in it, mix it up a bit.
He's definitely been getting in there the last 30 minutes or so. For example, I don't know, 6-4 suited.
Right. Meanwhile, Chuck's got the jacks again. Jacks worked off for him the first time. Queen 5-8 flop. Only one over for Chuck to worry about on this flop. And he's going to go ahead and bet 125. Sean Louis has a gutter. And Sammy open-ended.
We ended up doing 3 days on each island, and that was like the perfect amount of time to spend on each island, like, at least for us, because we were really moving. So like we would do
A king on the turn.
One national park, 2 state parks.
Doesn't change
like,
too much.
4 mile hike, 4 mile hike, 4 mile hike, and then go snorkeling. So like we keep it moving. Well, because it's so easy because there's a 6-hour
Half pot size bet just about for Chuck. Sammy's going to call. Trying to hit either a 4 or 9 to complete a straight.
So we would already be on the road.
And it's a tray.
Before the sun's even up. Right. And then we just went ham on these trails. And it was so
And it didn't really bring any flushes or anything in either, so.
No. So Sammy
not
checks
a spot
it.
for Sammy to bluff.
Chuck fires out. What was that? 3, 4? Whatever the bet was, it's good enough. Chuck's going to take it down.
So yeah, it was pretty brick river. Sammy couldn't even try to represent, you know, clubs or a Jack 10 that got there. Nothing really came in. So pretty scary spot for Chuck holding jacks, but gets a clean run out. Take down a nice pot.
So like just before we were out there, and so then we were talking to like the park ranger guy, and he's like, "You see that thing that looks like a parking lot got flipped over by Godzilla? That was where the lava flow was."
I thought for a second I missed.
And I'll show you some photos. It's so sick.
Yeah, I might need to go out there, man. I mean, I'm looking for like vacation. Might have to check that out.
75.
They have disc up there too. For real, on the big island.
You know I'm gonna have to do that.
So here we saw Hunter raise it up. Sean Louis and Mr. Bill. Well, Mr. Bill hasn't acted yet. There it is. He calls. So it's just Sean Louis and Mr. Bill calling. 3 ways to a flop. Flop does come 10 high for Hunter. 10, 6, 5 rainbow. Checks around. Turn 9 does give Sean Louis a pair now. It is a second heart. So in addition to top pair, Hunter has a flush draw. He fires a small bet, and Sean Louis is going to call now that he improved to a pair of 9s. With the ace kicker. Does beat some of Hunter's like 9-8 type hands prior to that 7 coming out, but now Hunter improves to a flush. Any 8 would make a straight, so he's probably hoping Sean Louis has something like 8-9 suited rather than ace-9. Hunter fires a half pot size bet, and Sean Louis is going to let it go. So Hunter gets to drag another one. Here we're going to see Mr. Bill first act with ace-queen. See how much he decides to make it. Opens up to 60. For anybody that hasn't, been watching for a little bit, this is a 2-5 with a $25 big blind ante game. That's why you see this much larger pre-flop sizing as opposed to a normal 2-5 game. You got a dead 25 in the middle. It definitely opens the game up. After Taco's calls, we see a 10-4-4 flop. So pretty dry board. Mr. Bill is going to c-bet when check 2. C-bet really small, so Tacos is going to call with his overcards. Turn is a brick 6, and it goes check, and now we see another 4 on the river. With that turn going check, this might be a spot where Tacos decides to bluff at it. He does bet, and looks like Bill snap calls him with ace high.
Mr. Bill said, nah, I'm going to take down this pot. Tacos was able to get one big bluff through earlier against Pablo. This time around, though, Mr. Bill didn't believe it, and he's going to take it down.
That's what makes him a legend.
He is indeed the legend, Mr. Bill, as we like to call it.
Yeah, one high card better.
One high card better, yep.
Ace is pretty high.
Oh, thank you. Mr. Bill, you're big blind. Yes, sir. Also good enough to have quads right there, so be careful.
It's true. Tacos could have had a lot of hands there.
Mm-hmm.
I just try to be balanced. Oh.
All right, so Sean Louis going above the 50. Sammy calls. Chuck's going to go in there as well. Ace-9 suited.
Yeah, that was a good call.
So we got some suited pairs. King-Queen offsuit for Don. On the button. Kind of an interesting spot for him.
Say with 2 callers, it's
yeah, that's
really good squeeze spot.
Yeah, good 3-bet coming here. 3 bets at the 350 does Don.
This looks like video game shit, man.
It was like a 4-mile hike to the bottom of this thing, but then everything snapped.
Interesting spot here because it's a tough decision for Sean. And then I wouldn't be surprised if he calls, we see Sammy call, which would then probably open the door for Chuck to call. But instead,
yeah,
Sean does lay it down.
Probably because of where he's at, and there's still, as you mentioned, like 2 players to act behind him as well.
And it was bloated up to 350, so if you think he has a real hand, you'd be trying to set mine for a pretty bad price to set mine.
Yep, and it does let it go, does everybody else. So Don's 3-bet does get through.
Yeah, it really felt like it was going to be one way or the other. Either everyone was going to call or everyone was going to fold.
Yeah.
As I think if Sean Louis gets in there, maybe Sammy's feeling a little splashy. He calls, which then opens it up for Chuck to call as well.
These pyramids of lava rock, where they know it's safe to walk at the bottom of that. But then if you go outside of that, they have these
Straddle on the button.
they're like a
By the way, when I was taking care of the things I need to take care of, I did overhear you saying that apparently Hunter didn't know who Joey Chestnut was.
Yeah, Hunter didn't know who Joey Chestnut was when they originally were referencing the... I don't know how it started, but Trace Tacos was talking about eating 50 mozzarella sticks or whatever. And then he said he'd be the Joey Chestnut. And Hunter just had no clue who it was. And then when they started saying about the hot dogs, he was like, oh yeah, he's that Asian guy.
Oh,
like
no.
He was confusing it with Kobayashi.
With Kobayashi.
Which I said, Hunter's usually pretty up on stuff like that. I was a little surprised.
Interesting.
Like, you know, it's only the hot dog champion for the last decade. I mean.
So Don did raise it to 75 with the pocket jacks, which is going to get... Oh, no. Wow, what a flop for Sammy.
Yeah,
Deuces full of 5s. And Don still with 2 pair.
Man, Don is probably going to think his hand is good. With it being on the smaller side of C-bets, Sammy might... Yep, Sammy does check raise it up, trying to, you know, get some more chips in there. I think if Don went larger, Sammy might have just slow played it.
Yeah. It's a pretty interesting raise from Sammy.
Yeah, it puts Don in a pretty precarious spot. If Sammy has a flush draw, he might be doing this.
Yeah.
There, yep.
Wow, Don, and Sammy does call.
Yeah, if Sammy has, you know, pocket 6s, pocket 7s, he might check raise.
Wow, what
Don,
a turn card.
With
That
a monster
counterfeited
suck out.
Sammy.
Oh.
Oh my gosh, what a turn card. Counterfeited Sammy, and Don gets 5s full of jacks instead of 5s full of deuces for Sammy.
It's just a battle of who can run worse in this hand.
That's basically what it was.
And both of these guys have been getting their heads kicked in so far this stream, so.
Wow.
A run bad battle.
What a disgusting turn card. Ew.
Yeah, that just happened.
Yeah.
Like, ugh.
Yeah,
Another unfortunate win for Sammy.
listen, I know how bad
It
turn
is.
cards can be. That just reminded me of when I was over at OP where I flopped a flush. And instead, the fourth spade came out on the turn to give the guy I was heads up with the better flush because he had the ace of spades. Ugh.
Yeah. But what's not bad is anybody in the YouTube chat, Don giving away 5% of his winnings like usual, and we obviously just saw him take down a nice pot on a suck out, so that's good for you guys.
Yeah, very good for you guys. I think he's still a little stuck, so he still has some work ahead of him. But
not nearly as much as he was.
Yeah. And it looks like Sammy bought back in for 3K.
It only lasted one day. It came in, just flooded everything.
Wow, what a disgusting turn card. Ew.
We're at the top of Mauna Kea, and it was 97% clear sky. Like,
Oh, these are stars.
the clearest sky in the world.
So Pablo opened it up initially. Don and Mr. Bill putting in the call. And wow, another insane hand. Pablo flops bottom set. Mr. Bill flops the straight.
Wow, the case 8.
And Don has bottom pair. Can't imagine that's going to get in there too much, but don't see how Pablo and Mr. Bill don't clash on this one. Especially with how short Pablo is. It's going to be hard for him to get off of it.
No.
I mean, it'd be hard to get off of it on this on this board regardless.
This could be very bad news for Pablo.
I mean, the only good news is that he doesn't have more chips in front of him.
Yeah.
But assuming it bricks out, it's the ace does complete King Jack, just in case Mr. Bill had that draw. But again, given how short Pablo is, these chips are getting in.
Yeah. You definitely have the feeling it's going to definitely go all in. Pablo does bet 200. Mr. Bill.
So unless Mr. Bill calls and like a king or a jack come out, I see. But so he does raise it up now. And there it is, call by Pablo. So
this is
looking for a board pair. Yeah, Pablo looking for a board pair. Does not get it. So the legend, Mr. Bill, flopping a straight with Jack 9. Gonna take it down against Pablo's flop set.
So gross. Absolutely wild. And it's crazy too because the last time Pablo was on the live stream, I don't remember if you were commentating with me on this one or not, Mike, but the last time Pablo was on this live stream, he would get a set and they never worked out. And it's the same thing here. He flopped the set. Unfortunately, Mr. Bill outflopped him with the straight. Sets have never been good for Pablo on this live stream, which is wild.
Oof. Yeah. Very rough spot for Pablo. Been a rough session in general for him.
I heard that apparently.
I just can't believe again Pablo gets another set and it just doesn't work for him.
Especially as the pre-flop raiser.
Yeah, I have to go get cash.
Very rare you're the pre-flop raiser and flop a set. It's a dream spot when it happens.
So sick.
Allegedly pretending to be from the office of Chairman Smith's attorney, the DA. They called pretending to be from the DA and asked the court to remove the original filing, 448 pages of congressional testimony from a whistleblower. So now the judge is threatening to take away their.
I was gonna say Hunter is aware of something. I don't even understand what he's talking about right now. and somehow he didn't know
It's like felony fraud.
Joey Chestnut. I'm dumbfounded.
Felony fraud.
Have you ever heard of something that's just so outrageous?
I have. I've definitely heard something.
Some things are just unexplainable.
Like,
Do you think they're just like, well, we're representing Hunter, like Biden will pardon us or whatever. We're doing like straight up illegal shit, like. That's not even like.
Queen does come, so Sammy and Chop, if. Nope, never mind. Sammy just fires out the bet, and he's just going to take it down, so no Chop happening here. Sammy is going to go ahead and scoop this one up. Charles, what's up, man? Good to see you in the Facebook chat. Hope you're doing well. And Big Tank, this is ready to make the best bet comeback. Yeah, we'll be looking forward to it. I assume you're going to be down here for the card player.
I don't care about all that. It's all
the money and fraud.
You're taking bribes from Burisma, Ukraine, right? And 2 different energy companies in China. And your dad's getting a cut while he's president. And you're laundering all the money for him. And not paying taxes on it.
Right? Saying this publicly on the internet, watch it.
This is all confirmed stuff, though. Like that was all in a congressional hearing. Like it's confirmed. It's not like it's not hearsay.
Raise 50 in the
Never was. Right?
I mean, if any normal person did that, they'd be in jail for 100 years.
Raise 400 in the 70. 3 conflicts.
Oh, 3-bet from Sammy with ace-king suited. Sean Louis calls with his jacks. And Sammy hits a king on the flop here.
That's a lot of black.
That is a lot.
It's crazy.
Sammy just throws out a stack of black.
Yeah, 100%.
Taco's response.
He was good.
That's a lot of black that just got thrown in
Bro,
there.
he was good.
Sammy was in the lead, though.
He was good. He told you.
Oh my god.
Great bet, though.
I'm supposed to snap that, right?
No, it's a tough call, no doubt. I feel bad for my man Pablo. You know that hand when I jammed on him? I had
Live strip.
ouch.
You'll be all right. You know, you can't grow without pain.
10 to play. Live
You have to
strip.
expose yourself to some pain. What's that?
Can I try also?
That's also here. I don't look forward to that.
Can't get a good hand. I gotta play. Tell you what I got.
10 so.
Yeah, 2-3 suited.
Raise 40.
Literally the worst hand possible on that board.
You getting out of line over there?
Dude, watch it. You guys are like, we can't see the mystery hand. I'm like, you don't want to see it, bro. You don't want to see it. It's gross.
Do you read the chat while you're playing? How do you know all that?
Trey literally told me while I was playing the hand.
Trey's giving you play-by-play?
You were the one who told me to like shake the cards, bro. Remember?
Oh. Okay, I didn't.
I haven't even had my phone out. Like,
All right, so let's see here. Looks like Chuck 3-bet it.
Big Tank's like, yo, good luck, bro.
Mr. Bill raised it with his 9-7 suited. Chuck 3-bets it.
Town that had the stream on his phone playing silently on the coffee table, like the whole stream.
Mr. Bill did call with his suited 1-gapper. So suited hands,
But it's still, yeah.
ace-king suited versus 9-7 suited.
I get some text messages, but like,
A pair of 9s from Mr. Bill.
I'm gonna watch
While
it.
Chuck has a draw to Broadway.
125.
I'll watch it all.
He's going to bet 125 here.
At this point,
I cut it down to like, I can watch the whole thing in
And Mr. Bill does call.
40 minutes.
yeah, that's not bad.
125. That's a
It's like a blank on the turn, a 4. Yep, very much a blank.
I didn't really talk to country.
Now Chuck does check it. Mr. Bill throws out a bet of 400.
Was the stream done?
Chuck will let it go. He will fold it. Mr. Bill scooping one up there.
Charity or the stream?
Keep people on the stream.
Again, guys, appreciate y'all hanging out with us. Appreciate you guys watching.
Well,
It's 2-5. Know them holding deep stack cash game with the $25 big blind Annie.
Fly or whatever. Like,
you gotta assume.
You got myself Ryan, also known as Country, joined by the analyst, as I like to call him, card room manager at Best Bet Orange Park, Mike Kruger.
Love joining in on these live streams.
Pablo, you want this hand?
Been a lot of fun for sure.
He was in the chat talking about like I'm gonna win this shit, and then he fucking won. That's great. I love that.
How do they randomize it? How do they RNG that? They put like random.org or what?
There's some sort of like chat.
Do want to pass along as well. I just got this
Chat RNG now?
alerted by Trace Tacos. That, of course, we were talking about Don. Don potentially giving away 5% of his earnings. Although he's still a little stuck. He's still got some work ahead of him. But Tacos is also said that he will give 5% of his earnings to a lucky viewer tonight should he finish up as well. So we're not only keeping track of Don, but we're keeping track of Mr. Tacos as well.
All right.
Sean Louis gets a pair of 5s on this flop.
And the moment Tacos gives away a piece of himself,
Yep, he gets out-flopped. In a way he wouldn't expect it either. Does fire out a bet of 60. Sean Louis does call. Deuce on the turn. It's a deuce of diamonds pairing the board. Looks like Tacos is going to put out a pretty... No, never mind. Little pump. Fake air. Does bet 125. Saw those other greens in front of him. I thought he was stacking that up, but no, those out 125. Unfortunately for Sean Louis, 2 pair of 5s and deuces with the ace. Up against a diamond draw as well. Does let it go. Will fold it. So Tacos will take this down. Tacos has been pretty strong on his bluffs tonight.
You only get $2 because you don't have straddle.
yeah, 5 doesn't look necessarily as strong on a jack high board. A guy who's fired every street. So, take back what I said about bad news for Tacos on that flop. Still good news for everybody out there trying to get to the 5%. And here we see the V pips. Sammy, nice and in the lead with 70%. Everybody else, pretty much between 40 and 30. Pretty active table. Been a fun one. And there we see Tacos is in second, giving away 5% of his winnings tonight. Hunter still in the first overall, taking a huge pot from Don early on with his aces against Don's ace-king. But good news for everybody in the YouTube chat, seeing BRB Tacos right near the top. Now, Sean Louis waking up with a monster. Pablo did originally pre-flop raise to 50. And oh, I bet we see an all-in on this hand. Chuck waking up with aces on the button. He thinks he's dreaming.
Poor bet.
All right, I'm going to mute my mic. Tacos is going to take it from here, everybody. So all in a call between Sean Louis and Chuck.
All right, who's free rolling? Do I need this? I had queen 10 suited. No. Here we go.
Aces versus aces.
Aces versus aces.
Classic race.
Yep.
No. Nobody.
Nobody. Yep, we're just going right to a chop.
Yep.
Nice
Chop, chop,
hand,
chop. Both players
Chop up the dead
I'm not
money.
gonna lie, I've seen aces
thinking they're in a
versus
dream
aces,
spot.
like 3 or 4 times in the last week. It's been insane. Wish you had ace.
Right?
I want to say
Right. 2 kings out there.
In the 2 years that I've been doing the live stream stuff here, I think that's the first time I've seen heads up with aces. Aces versus aces.
It's not as common as Tacos may believe right now.
Yeah.
Heard him just say he's seen it 3 times in the last week or 2. I mean, I believe him, but I haven't seen it that often. Pretty rare.
Yeah.
And when it folds around to Don, he's going to raise it up. Makes it 75 to go. Probably happy to take it down uncontested, but instead Hunter wakes up with a monster ace-king in the big blind.
100%. I don't know that you can make that move. I'm going to form that simply because I could have the king.
You could have the king.
Right. So I don't think you can make that move.
You gotta raise.
Yeah, for sure.
So Don does call.
Yeah, the money doesn't get it on that.
It's a pretty good flop for Hunter. Ace, ace, deuce. He's got all of it. Does c-bet 200 and take it down. Went for the down bet, having all of the board locked up, but gets no action.
You get down to the button. Your range is like 82, bro.
The quarter ante, this is the best game I've ever played. Quarter ante.
I love this.
Genius.
That's why moves like that are awesome. It's poker. It's not just like, let me wait for aces.
I brought yours. I'm not sure.
Naked 5-10 was nothing else. Maybe not the best format.
Ryan got some burger.
That's where they did a 25 50 ante game.
Yeah, that's genius.
Everybody was in for 25. We need to start playing poker like
That's
that.
genius because you just like if you're playing too tight, you just bleed.
Yeah, exactly. You gotta play hands.
Yeah, you gotta go.
What is it, baby?
Get in there with some weird stuff, otherwise you're
Raise.
gonna just bleed.
Raise. 7 6 going to 100.
Sammy with yet another pocket pair. He's going to bump it up to 100.
15 and orbit. Like you could sit there for 3 days and not blind out.
Unfortunately, no one had anything to go along with them, so
Not even close.
nope. So another hand where Sammy's just going to go ahead and collect the dead money.
I sent you what I thought was the coolest disc golf course out there.
Oh, the name of it or whatever?
Ryan got some like
Well, you can look at the photos on Google Maps.
burger or something.
Did you play it or did you just?
No. I looked at it though because but we were busy doing so many other things. And I didn't have any discs on.
You didn't have any time for this?
Yeah. I mean, we went snorkeling like 5 times. Every national park. We made it rain at the farmers markets. Like you can't believe it. Like Alice's #1 farmers market win all time. Nobody can spend more money on the farmers market than Alice.
It's going to be my new favorite quote of the night from Hunter. Made it rain at every farmer's market. Well, here we go. Fireworks on the horizon again. Jean-Louis with kings and Sammy with ace-king this time.
Don't tell me you got kings.
They should get a bunch.
You got kings?
Yeah, pretty quickly gets all in between those two.
You really got kings?
No.
Oh.
Kings versus ace-king. Sammy looking for an ace.
Oh boy. It's another classic race that we're seeing here. No ace. Still no ace. And
Still no
kings for
ace.
Sean Louis.
So Jean-Louis gets a much-needed double up. Unfortunate for Sammy.
Just check out the photos.
Said that quite a few times tonight.
Look at it though.
He's been on the bad end of it a lot.
They've got.
Yeah, I mean, again, we just talked about who was having the worst run bad, Don or Sammy.
There's a video of a dude.
I know, unfortunately, Sammy just, when he gets a hand,
the only
How cool is this hole?
The only time Sammy can lose is when it's against Don, I guess.
To the right. They got like you're going into a banyan tree. Sick, right?
No gap. You have to go around.
Here's a 15 change? No.
Whew. So Sean with a much-needed double.
234 feet. It looks like a golf green, too.
Thank you for folding.
Yeah, Tank, that's one thing we definitely have been told about Seth. He is definitely very much a fast dealer.
You might see it pass on that one.
Double aces, yeah. Yeah, that was from a few hands ago.
Small boy, right?
Again, guys, appreciate y'all hanging out with us. Appreciate you guys watching. Don't forget, Card Player Poker Tour right around the corner. Starts up on August 10th with event number 1 of our...
Not many people get to it, probably, just because there's so many other things to do. You'd probably be out there with all locals.
Card
event
Player
number
event.
one being
Excuse me?
so event number 1 being a 400 buy-in, 100K guarantee. That would not be surprised if it goes over double that guarantee.
Oh, 100%.
You did. Well, please.
Of course, the headline main event, $1,700 mystery bounty event.
For exactly that type of reason, you trap hands like yours.
That one should be quite the spectacle. Know a lot of players already. I mean, even already this week, I've heard quite a few people over at Orange Park talking about how they're trying to satellite into that one.
Don's back. Put the straddle on.
The hype is real for the mystery bounty event. There's so much fun.
Oh, definitely.
So we got the 1, the 2.
In case somehow anybody is unaware, mystery bounty format is it's usually day 2. Once you're in the money, then everyone gets to pull an envelope every time they knock a player out, and the envelope contains the prize of that bounty. In this case, the prizes will be between 500 all the way up to the top prize of a 50K payout. So really mixes up the strategy if you know that first place money is sitting in an envelope in there. Suddenly trying to knock out the short stacks holds a lot more value than just trying to make it to like a pay jump. And now we see Sammy finally run a little bit better. Turns the nuts straight to the sticks. Fortunately for him, he's probably not going to make more than a wooden nickel in this one out of anybody, because nobody even has a pair.
I had nothing.
Except the best hand free.
My big blind.
No. Straddle.
Yeah, very excited for a card player coming up just 2 weeks away. Only 2 weeks until that first event starts. Satellites are running pretty much every day. If you want the full schedule, especially the satellite schedule, it's available on our website, bestbetjacks.com. Just click in the tournament section. You can either look at the overall tournament calendar or the specific card player tour section as well. Be tons of fun. We'll have quite a few live streams during that stretch also. Both final table of event 1 and the main. Some featured table action with the big bounty pool. Get to sweat some people plucking the bounties on day 2. Plus, you know, always some bigger cash games tend to run during the tournament series, so lots to look forward to coming up in just a few weeks. Here we saw a limped pot. It looks like Chuck's going to flop the best of it. Pair of aces. Tacos does have a gut shot looking for Broadway. But instead, when it checks around to Pablo, we see him fire out with 10 high. He's trying to rep the ace. Not going to work since Chuck has one. And Tacos elects to let go of the gut shot. He would have hit it on the turn, but it is the 10 of diamonds. Just definitely plays into the decision a little bit, where if you hit your Broadway, it brings in a flush draw, so you could be beat, or it's just an action-killing card if nobody has it anyway. But in this hand, as play, we see Chuck bet out small. Pablo puts in the call, trying to bluff catch. And Chuck's ace is good, and he's going to take it down. Hopefully, Tacos was turned around long enough to not see the hands and just assume that his Broadway was no good. There it is. Yep, there it is. Never mind. He knows. He knows. Well, luckily, Taco's had some cheese sticks to drown his sorrows. Unfortunate for him that he would have sucked out hitting Broadway on the turn, but even seeing Chuck's hand, I don't think Tacos would have made too much out of it. Looks like Hunter bumps it up to 50, which we've seen him open pretty light so far in this stream, so some players may look him up. He does have aces this time around. We saw Pablo and Sean Louis put in the call, so it'll be a three-way flop.
Let's start drinking, man. Come on.
And wow, cooler flop for Pablo.
Possible.
Ace, 7 deuce, Hunter with top set, Pablo with top 2 pair.
Oh no.
Yep, it was. It was.
And Hunter does down bet this flop.
Probably once in a lifetime.
Pablo has such a good hand that he's actually just going to call, thinking he's trapping.
I enjoyed it and I wasn't even in.
King turn, Hunter could have the ace kings. Might, given opening where Pablo doesn't go broke, but still going to be tough.
You were having a good time. We had a good
Yeah,
time.
we had a great time that night. Tonight I'm completely. I'm not
We see Hunter bet
I'm not drinking.
pretty small again. Trying to eke out as much as he can. Now Pablo thinking it over. Looks like he's going to count out his chip stack, see exactly where he's at, decide whether he wants to put in a raise now or just call.
Yeah, it looks like he's got a little over 500 is what it looks like.
Pretty tough not to shove here with how strong of a hand he has.
And there is the all-in, and Hunter snap calling it.
Yeah, if he was, so you even hear Pablo say, "Oh man, you have ace king." Did come off like ace king a lot more, but if they were deeper, I think Pablo could have avoided some disaster. But given his chip stack, it was a pretty mandatory shove.
Yeah. Tough night
Just
for
a cooler
Pablo.
spot. Yeah.
I mean, you lose one hand when you flop the set, and the person your heads up with had the straight. And then in this one, top set
Flopping.
versus 2 pair.
Especially flopping top 2 on that board. There's almost nothing you're afraid of. So, just a brutal ending to his night.
Really tough. Yeah, it's just unfortunate for Pablo. You know, one of the more likable guys in the room. Just past few times he's been on live stream, it's been a rough go for him. So
Hopefully he's running pure off stream to balance it out.
There's no way he's getting away from that. I can't believe he even thought
Yeah.
it was like he gave me a little Hollywood or whatever. Like he's got to think.
Yeah, like he was good. 100%.
I think he's trying to get it all in 100%. Maybe Hunter has put in some C bets. Maybe he was wondering if he only calls, he gets Hunter to continue with his bluffs on the river. In the off chance that Hunter was bluffing.
Yeah, I mean, he's the one who does that particular hand that we were just talking about.
Oh,
See Donnie getting in there. 3 betting with deuces.
we got to follow up with what Sean Louis just said in a second here. Queen 9 ace flop. So Chuck is open-ended.
He's like, use my diamond card in Vegas, right? I got smoked at Planet Hollywood. They got me for 140. They were like, "Sir, you were using somebody else's diamond card. $20 a day for." I got smoked.
5 on the turn.
140 parking fee. Chad? What? Yeah. I had to get out of Vegas. I was running bad out there.
Still quite a few outs there for Chuck.
Alice was so mad. She was on the phone with them, yelling at them for half an hour, and they're like, "Ma'am, you're gonna have to pay it."
Let's go check. And that is a face card. It's a queen pairing the board. So
They're
deuces
like,
for
"Sir,
Don.
We looked into the cameras. You are not Chen.
Let's go check. Yeah, Chuck shows he missed his open ender. Said he could have stole.
That's what we tried to do.
So Sean Louis, they were talking about how Seth's an action dealer tonight. If you remember back when Sean Louis went runner to complete his straight against the other two players that had ace-5, I want to say, and Sean Louis scooped up a big one. Seth was the dealer for that and everything, so that's what Sean Louis was referencing about how Seth is very much an action guy, and that was who was dealing when he got the straight.
Of course not. The only place that's not charging now is Treasure Island. It's
I can rip
It's 25 on the weekends and like 18 weekdays. And the crazy part is, so let's say you pay the daily rate because you're there for longer than 4 hours. You leave and you come back, they make you pay it again. It's
Been a very fun live stream tonight,
like
though.
criminal.
6-8-6 flop. So Sammy and Hunter both catching their ace. Right now, Sammy does have Hunter out-kicked, but there is some potential opportunity where this could end up being a chop pot if it does get to that point. And you see it, a bunch of chop outs up there for Hunter. 10 on a turn. It's an interesting turn card because Sammy now with the flush draw. And then Jack on the river, and yep, that's where we're heading.
Yep, chop, chop, chop.
Heading to a chop.
One hand Pablo could have won. One I had very high. I don't have. How do you fold for your last 400? First time I got ace.
I don't know. I gotta rewatch it. I gotta watch it.
Talking about the real early hand
That's pretty funny.
between Pablo and Trace Tacos.
Oh, and Tacos, yep.
I think they're talking about watching it back. I think when they do, Trace is going to see that the ace river is what really helped push his bluff.
Dangerous player coming in.
Oh, we got the return of Brett Myers.
He's back.
Popping into the live stream. I've seen him play some 5-10 before. Typically plays a lot of the bigger games. Was part of the final table during our Summer Swing Series main event.
That's where I recognize him from.
Kings and kings.
200 ain't gonna work in this game, bro.
No way. No
Still
way.
haven't shot.
I'm just gonna warn you right now.
Yeah, but
He doesn't even want to
you know,
call her down.
Yeah,
He's
with
just
the
so
aces
fired
and-
up.
Yeah,
so
your
like,
blacks are good,
unlikely
bro.
for that to happen. Like
Right.
so close. Like you know what the odds is.
Yeah, I know.
The odds of aces. No. I just called. You raised. You shot over raised. I was talking.
Sean Louis, what you doing, man?
Oh, no. Sean Louis wasn't paying attention.
Maybe you're switched over to be
Whoops.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, you want a drink, man?
No, man.
70 in the two.
I got something else going.
Mr. Bill fires out 70, ace-10. Oh, pocket queens for Hunter. Hunter, who's been running pretty pure tonight, continues to
Yeah,
get
he's
strong
been,
hands.
He's been pretty active, and
Yeah, I know.
everything's gone his way when he's had big hands as well. Seen aces take down a big one against ace king. Just saw aces take down a big one against
No, this one.
ace 7
This is the one for this.
on an ace 7 deuce flop. Yeah, Mr. Bill does call.
Yeah, he's on call.
No way.
Nobody shows up.
Defending his position on the button here. Calls the 230 with ace-10 offsuit. Nine deuce 5 flop. So pretty safe flop for queens, obviously. Mr. Bill, we may even think his hand might be okay here. Has a back door to a wheel. Hunter does bet 400 here. Mr. Bill
Mr.
does
Bill
call.
is Up to no good. He's floating.
And look
it
at that.
worked.
The ace on the turn.
He is the legend.
Mm-hmm. He knew.
Kind of like the legend versus the wizard on this hand.
Hunter's going to check it.
Yeah, it does slow down on the ace. Not a lot of hands Mr. Bill could really have outside of an ace almost.
Looks like he is gearing up to throw out a bet. Pretty sizable bet there too. Looks like 1,000.
Just under, probably about 8,000. Yeah, maybe you saw it better than I did.
It's about 2/3 of the pot.
Definitely a sizable bet. Might be the first hand we see Hunter lose tonight.
I mean, we know how good of a player Hunter is. Hunter's very capable to find a fold button here.
It's definitely possible for Mr. Bill to have ace-x of spades. If you're thinking about what does he call my flop bet with that improves on that turn. There's also the possibility Mr. Bill originally opened with like pocket 9s or pocket 5s.
Bluff, Mr. Bill.
Other than that,
Hunter said, "Show the bluff, Mr. Bill."
8-7 2, I don't know. Oh, threw it in. No fun. No fun.
sounds like Hunter was, based on what Hunter said, he was thinking whether Mr. Bill could have been doing that play with something like 7-8 suited or 6-7 suited.
Right.
Which does make sense if he decided to, use that turn card to his advantage.
I got scared.
Hunter got scared. There, you heard it first.
He's off vacation. He's a new guy. A little bit more scared. Got softened up on vacay.
Taco's needling, saying he had top set, bro.
Obviously.
Obviously.
I mean, I would say sets of 9s and 5s were definitely in the range of Mr. Bill's hands. He was able to open from the button, so he could have some pocket pairs.
So Don's going to raise it up to 75. He's got a mystery hand here.
Let's play along, have some fun after Mr. Bill calls.
Chuck's going to call as well.
No more mystery hand. They're going to have him scan it in.
Yep, mystery hand still. What a
Yeah,
flush draw
good.
for Chuck. Don,
pretty good flop for Don to c-bet.
but he is going to
Let's
check
not
it.
to. Just as the pre-flop raiser, that's a board that, kind of hits his range more, but
And proves
now
Chuck
Chuck
even more
open-ended.
now. Yeah, flush draw and open-ender for Chuck.
It did add a gut shot to Mr. Bill, just in case it stays cheap enough for him to want to stay in.
150 to bet. Yeah, for Chuck, a lot of equity. Don does fold.
I'm assuming he had some, like, 8-9 suited, not clubs type hand, something that just whiffed. So if he has any draw, he's, probably going to call.
Yeah, especially if he had a better club draw.
Definitely didn't have clubs. Never in a million years folding clubs to that turn bet. So it's like,
yeah.
Also a lot of straight draws and things like that he could have had. So I say it's got to be something like 8-9, like just something that missed.
Yeah. That's the same to your point. It couldn't have been any draw that he was on, really.
Yeah. So Chuck gets the scoop one.
And with that said, we are 2 hours into the live stream. 3 more to go. Quick stat update. There's a look at it. Hunter up over 2,700. Mr. Bill up 1,600. Chuck, Tacos, and Sean Louie all up as well. Sammy right now the most stuck at the table. Don's worked himself out of the hole a little bit. but still quite a bit of work ahead of him. And then a look at the V-pips. Brett just joined the game, so that's why we don't have any stats for him yet. 67% for Sammy. He's definitely been the most active. And everyone else, slightly 30% or better. So it's been a pretty good action table tonight for this 2-5 of the $25 big blind, Ante. And we got a lot of good games coming up this weekend. Of course, tomorrow night, 5-10, no limit hold'em. And then on Saturday, some 5-10 PLO. So we still got quite a few good live streams ahead for you this weekend. As here we go, Brett's first hand he gets to play. He flops a pair of jacks. Brett's going to bet 100 here. Tacos does call it. Ace on the turn. It's an ace of hearts as well. May slow things down potentially. Does go check, check. And that looks like diamonds on the river.
225
is the 8 of diamonds. And Tacos bluffing again, betting 225.
Yep, repping that ace that came on the turn. But Brett, not falling for it. Puts in the call. So, welcome to the game, Brett. Good call there. Tacos was able to bluff the last guy in that seat. Not this guy.
Nope, not this time. Didn't work out.
Not this guy.
Yeah, Brett very much saying you got to make me a believer first. Once again, appreciate you guys hanging out with us. Appreciate you guys watching. We'll take tonight's live stream to about 11 o'clock tonight. Sean Louis going to bump it up to 40. Sammy in there with King Jack offsuit. Ace 9 suited for Chuck. Feels like that's a good price for him to come along. Dog's going to fold 10-4. So here we are, 3 ways to the flop. Ace 6, Ace 9, King Jack, Queen, Queen, Deuce.
A rainbow too, so not much for anyone on that one.
But Sean Louis is going to be the one to fire out a bet here. So he bet 115, 120, and that will be good enough. Gets both Sammy and Chuck to fold. So Sean Louis.
C bet, best bet.
Yep. Room's starting to liven back up a little bit too as we started tonight's high hand promotion. $400 every 30 minutes, going until midnight tonight. And tomorrow, obviously Fridays are our busiest day in the room. $500 high hands every 30 minutes going tomorrow. And another premium hand for Hunter. Ace King suited is going to go ahead and raise it up. Brett calls with King Queen suited. Sammy's in there, 10-8 suited. Everyone bringing out the Thursday night best. Look at all these suited hands.
Huzzah! Huzzah!
So we do have the best bet heads up. 5 players at the flop. And that flop ends up being good for Sammy with his flush draw. Hunter's going to bet 125. Does technically have the best hand, although Sammy has the equity.
Sammy does call with his flush draw. He will benefit from playing the rest of the hand in position, too. Heads up with Hunter.
7 on the turn.
It adds a gut shot for Sammy.
Yep. So he does improve a little bit more now, too.
Oh, put that stack of black up front just in case.
No, I'm not gonna fall for your trick, man.
No, I mean, go ahead and not a trick. You just got to put your black. Go ahead.
That might be my new favorite way for for somebody to ask to put the big chips out in front. Put them out in front, just in case.
I thought you paying me, I put it all in.
Don't be embarrassed for me.
That's pretty good. And Hunter says he's going to fold. That was a pretty creative way to tell Sammy to put your black out in front. Don't be ashamed of that stack. Put it out there. Show it off.
I didn't say this hand, but that's true. I know. Let it simmer.
Greetings, Joey, over in YouTube chat. The game has been pretty lively so far.
Yeah, it's been a
Definitely
definitely pretty solid 2-5, $25 big blind Ante game.
A lot of chatter in between some of the quieter areas, but also a lot of action.
Tend to play live
Only got me, baby. Just firing.
raise 50 and 3.
Sammy King 5 suited. He's going to go ahead and call. Chuck's in there on the button, Ace 6 suited. It's a good hand to defend with. Here comes the raise from Don.
He only still 245.
You were gonna do it. Yes, it was gonna be 350.
You don't squeeze.
It was already good. It was gonna be 350.
You don't squeeze.
But I can't do it now. I can't afford that now.
Tacos sound like he was a little frustrated. He's like, that's what I was going to do.
First fucking time.
But here we go. Mr. Bill, pocket queens.
Get behind me, Don.
Mr. Bill's had enough.
We throw into 4-bet with Mr. Bill.
I'll do the commentary and play.
You're in the hand, bro.
He's just going to call.
For that reason, it's
He
about
did
to be
straddle as well, so he does call with his queens. Sammy lets go of his suited hand. Chuck is going to do the same. And Don is now heads up with Mr. Bill. Ace Jack offsuit versus pocket queens.
Heads up.
There's an ace. Ace in a window. However, it's a spade draw for Mr. Bill.
Yeah, with 670 in the middle, it's presumably going to be a pretty sizable C-bet from Don.
300 in there.
Yeah, 300 the bet. And a flush does complete for Mr.
Bill with the best hand again.
Yeah. However, it is that 4th spade.
And Don
with
could
none
have,
of them.
and Don could have the king of spades, so it's not out of the realm of possibility that Mr. Bill might tread a little bit lighter.
You got any big chips behind here? I can't see that.
Just the red and the black.
I'm all in.
And Mr. Bill says, all right, I'm all in. And Don lets it go. Mr. Bill, Mr. Bill.
Definitely savage. Joey says the ante makes this game feel like a 5-10 essentially, right? Almost a little bit bigger if you just view it as dead money in the middle.
Right.
Quarter ante puts, 30 in the middle, where 5-10 would be 15. We've definitely seen pretty large open sizes and a lot of light opens as a result. Definitely an action game.
Well, and also the buy-ins for both this game and the 5-10 on our floor is pretty similar as well. 500 min, 3K max.
Yep, it's exactly the same. So yeah, it plays pretty similar, but just adds that little bit of slightly larger pre-flop opening size, I would say, is the biggest thing you'll notice. And usually you're going to see opens like 30, 40. This game's more 50 to 70.
So Chuck throws out another raise with ace-9 suited again. He's had that hand a few times tonight. He's just going to take it down.
You want to know why?
Should have gone for the slam.
What's that?
Should have gone for the slam.
Should have gone for the slam? Should have gone for the slam, bro.
Slam it.
The suplex. The spike. I'm not a wrestler.
Spike it, Don.
He's a volleyball player. It's a
He's a volleyball player. Yeah, he said slam it.
I think that's what Mr. Bill is going for.
He definitely meant spike.
Going for the volleyball spike.
Volleyball spike.
Yeah. In case anybody doesn't know, Don is an avid volleyball player.
Very much so.
Why do you do it? And he was indecisive long enough that I couldn't even straddle. Oh, I had already seen my phone. Royally Next one.
Tacos was like, I think Tacos was probably wanting to straddle, but Brett already fired out his call, so Tacos couldn't straddle anymore.
Oh, yeah, I didn't. I actually didn't know that.
There's no way in
You're not folding this nonsense.
So Hunter does defend the big blind, calling Tacos 75 open.
And now the ace in the lead for Hunter. Does go check, check.
Does have a gut shot, yeah. Tacos with the gutter ball plus the overs, but
a king comes on the river. Does go.
Definitely value bet, Riv.
Yeah, that's a good bet.
Yeah, I had the blocker.
That's what I had there. Yeah. Henry Hall would call that a key card.
Now we're going to see some straddling. No distractions this time around.
I am not started drinking. I just
Is
started
Bitcoin up
straddling.
or something? What's going on here?
Bitcoin up.
Is it? That'd be good.
I don't know. That's one thing I never invested in. That's crypto.
Trinidad coin or something you gotta get into. It's going to the moon.
Uh-oh, Tacos with aces.
And he just makes it 75, just like he did last hand, so.
See, this is what happens when you start straddling.
Unfortunately for him, nobody has anything. Just saw him get active the last hand.
If it was 6-3, I would call you though.
Dominated.
Oh my god.
Just aces.
Oh my god.
So unfortunate for everybody in the chat that Tacos couldn't get any action with his aces. He has given away 5% of his winnings to one lucky YouTube chat.
And I do want to preface this too by saying when we say 5% of his earnings, if he's up like only $5, obviously we're not going to do that. It's all going to depend on like what he's actually up by. There's a certain like minimum that he needs to be up by in order for the giveaway to happen. So usually it's above 500 that he's got to be up by. But we'll obviously keep tracking that.
It's a green chip minimum that we're giving away.
Yeah. Yeah, got to be worth it for everybody, you know. So Chuck raises up to 60 with 5-4 suited. Hunter did straddle on the button. He is on a call with his
Sammy with a monster.
Boost your confidence, huh?
Wow, big 3-bet from Sammy to 400. And
Yeah, he's
Chuck,
had enough.
Chuck shaking his head like, really?
Yeah, but I was in there with bad intentions.
It's true.
He was very much in there with bad intentions.
I was definitely third best.
Those 50s add up, man. They add up quick.
So that is the second time we've seen Sammy bust out that limp raise.
Parking tickets.
Previous time was with Ace Jack. Did something similar.
50, 50, 50, 200. Still not that bad.
You just gotta squeeze everybody like Don. He's like the toll stop.
Do not pass go. Yeah, Hunter right now still up the most. He's had a very good night here on the live stream. Also good to see you, Sean. How you doing, man? Hopefully things are well for you. Watching from Facebook. Appreciate you guys hanging out with us. 8-7 suited versus Ace King.
Okay, thanks, bro.
6-10 ace flop. Brett catches an ace. Don does have a gutter.
Yeah, and Don was a pre-flop raiser, so he might be tempted to see bet on this board. Not gonna put. He's probably not gonna put Brett on this strong of a hand. Usually, Ace King would be a 3-bet pre.
You know who it is? You remember Mike?
Oh, Mike
He
is
said, tell Hunter I will be down there this weekend with 5K. I want to play heads up until one of us has it all.
You got a black and your green up front.
done deal.
But only
Next stack.
if he offers
next
to give
stack.
20% of his winnings away tonight.
No.
Like
But I'll give him 20% of his losses back.
a sword deck.
And now it's 2 pair for Brett.
I'll give him 20% of his losses back. You will not get that deal anywhere else.
Hunter said,
Wow, that's pretty big. 370K in the bad beat. It's a pretty significant number. Brett 2 pair, Ace
5
King.
minutes to lock it in.
Yeah, speaking of bad beats, I think it was over in Orange Park, right? The 7-card stud bad beat hit a couple days ago.
That was on Friday. We were winning all the high hands and paying out all the bad beats over here that day. Stud bad beat plus 6 of the 12 Christmas and July payouts were over here,
Nice.
including the cruise. So
And I want to say
nice
the
busy
cruise.
Friday.
I want to say the cruise was won over at OP on Sunday too, right?
Oh yeah,
Yep.
it was one of the guys that played on the live stream the night before, Richard.
Oh.
He spiked the cruise. Yeah,
Oh,
it was
was it?
pretty funny.
Oh, was it
Yeah,
the
it
one
was-
guy we talked to? Oh, the guy from Atlanta.
Yeah, it was Rich.
Oh, okay.
He hit quad aces just a few minutes in.
for like 3 days.
Was trying to sell it because he thought there was no chance it would hold. So it held.
Wow, good for him. And he just kind of came down here on a whim from Atlanta. That's not too
Yeah, it was
bad.
pretty funny talking to him.
Yeah.
I was helping him with the paperwork and talking to him about it. He came down for the weekend from Atlanta, just kind of for the heck of it, and played on the live stream. And didn't know what the cruise really was. We went over the details, and it happened to land right on his birthday. So it was just like,
Wow.
super fortuitous, you know.
Not bad just to come down here for a weekend and just, spike a cruise. It's not bad. How about
Yeah, it was
Don
like-
getting trips here?
Yeah, against 2 different people with, or 3 different players with gut shot straight draws. So everybody's live to maybe improve on this turn.
An 8 would be a pretty disastrous card.
And we do see Hunter put out a bet when it checks over to him. He's got 2 overs plus a gut shot. Sammy thinking it over with his straight draw. He does let it go. Obviously, he's behind anybody that has that board, but he also would have a worse straight draw than Queen Jack, which is really possible for Hunter to have. But Mr. Bill, he's never been scared in his life, so
No.
he puts in the call.
6 on the turn. So now Mr. Bill has a pair of 6s to go along with his gutter.
7-8 came in. 6 doesn't change much other than that. Hunter trying to figure out what both these players may have. Did slow down and check it.
It does give Hunter a pair of kings now, along with those 9s on the board, but Don does have the check mark with the trip 9s.
Yeah, definitely an interesting run out. Both 7-8 made a straight and Queen Jack made a straight, which is 2 of the holdings your opponents could have. He's going to fire 400 after the turn checked around. Now Hunter's going to replay the action in his head, try to figure out what Don is doing here.
Someone needs to turn off their phone notifications.
So I think a lot of different draws came in, which makes it tough for Hunter to put in the call. We can see that, you know, Don didn't have a draw, but especially multi-way, you would assume one of your opponents had a straight draw and they came in. So like this is pretty much the same line Don would take with a queen jack. But then he also might take it with like a 10 jack, turn his hand into a bluff. Hunter peels back a lot of layers. He might think, well, I'm holding a queen, so it's less likely my opponent has queen jack. But he does think better of it and let it go.
Hunter does find the fold.
Yeah, I think it's hard to put Don on a 9, honestly. I think usually you would see a player check raise or start trying to bloat the pot on the turn with how wet the board was for all the different straight draws. But
Michael says
Don may have gotten max value out of it.
because he cares more about money than enjoying playing someone better than him. Yeah,
That's a good answer. That's a good answer.
He just started like a new job, so it's going to feel probably a lot harder for him to travel.
Raise 50.
Oh,
See Hunter open to 50. Sammy gets the call from the button with 6-4 suited.
Raise 275.
And after Don calls, Tacos is going to try to go for the squeeze. 3-betting king queen. Say it may not get through Don, but it does.
7 high, it works, man.
Don didn't even think about it. Let's go with the pocket 9s.
Yep.
I almost called it in there.
We haven't seen Tacos 3-bet too light. Obviously, the table didn't see his bluff earlier. And aside from that one big bluff, he hasn't gotten out of line too much.
No. He's had a few
So-
other opportunities where he's tried to bluff too. I think he's like 50% on his bluff attempts tonight.
Send the blade. Raise 60.
So raise to 60 from Brett with 10-8 suited. Sean Louis calls with his pocket 7s. King Queen for Chuck on the button. Assume a 3-bet's coming.
Looked out there because I knew you were going to 3-bet, Chuck. I already knew.
I gotta work on my poker face.
Well, if
Yeah.
he doesn't 3-bet, how are you going to 4-bet?
Yeah.
I got too much action behind me.
Tacos does let it go. Ooh, pocket jacks for Mr. Bill.
Mr. Bill is not going to let this hand go.
No, he's not.
You didn't pull Mr. Bill.
So
It
Brett
does
is-
put Brett in a pretty interesting spot, especially how deep they are. He might be tempted to peel, hoping they both have overcards.
He does let it go, which will give Sean Louis the green light to go ahead and call with his 7s. So here we are.
Definitely
Let's
get
see
definitely a good price for Sean Louis to set mine.
a pair of 4s and a 6 on his flop. He's going to go checks around to Chuck on the button. Does check it back, so it does check.
He's not falling for it. Somebody out there has to have a pocket pair.
And Mr. Bill's going to go ahead and fire out 400 here.
Tough for Sean with the player behind, but the 10 isn't the most scariest card, so 7s may be good here.
Sean Louis, yep, we'll call. Chuck lets go of this king queen. Unfortunately, the rest of the 7s are dead for Sean Louis. And it's a 5 on the river.
That's a pretty safe looking card for your 7s. And for anybody,
wow, Sean Louis snapped it.
Yeah, can't blame him too much. For anybody somewhat recently tuning in, in regards to Mr. Bill, don't judge a book by its cover. He has been mixing it up pretty hard tonight. So against a very active player, flipping in the call there seems like the right play.
He had sunglasses on.
Wow, what a night
Especially
for Mr. Bill.
Yeah, Mr. Bill didn't put in the 4-bet, so it's hard to put him on a very large pocket pair.
As quick as he snap called, I did not think jacks were good. My buddy told me when we had Hamilton. I'll tell him if you're cool with it.
Yeah, Mr. Bill takes down a nice sized pot.
No, that was a good
I got 5, remember that.
You were behind.
Raise
You were
60.
very upset.
Sincerely wasn't sure.
I didn't know what his kicker was, but
Bill could have 87, he could have 7 odds, King Jack of Spades, I don't know.
So you can hear the breakdown, all the different hands he could have had from Hunter there.
Hands make sense.
Definitely able to mix it up. We saw Brett open under the gun. Don E woke up with pocket queens and puts in the 3-bet after Sean Louis called. We have seen Don squeeze in these situations before. And I think that's why we're going to see Tacos get in there with his pocket 8s. Also, they are deep enough that he's getting the right price to try and crack some queens.
I'll put it in there.
Yeah, that's true. He called me off with 8s for $1 million one time.
Sean Louis is going to call, closing the action.
Got me.
Flop comes king, king 4. Everybody kind of happy to take the showdown value of their hand. Turn brings another diamond, so Sean Louis with a pair and flush draw. Tacos thinks his 8s are good right now, given the fact the flop checked around. You're not. And now Sean Louis is going to rip it.
That's how bad you acted.
And now if you're Don, this is a pretty crazy spot. You don't see the action go this way too often without somebody having a bigger hand.
He flops top set. You just raise it huge and call it off with some bullshit.
Trying to think this through from Don's perspective.
I like the idea, but man, that was the worst timing ever.
Don was the pre-flop 3-better. So both players, if they had a king, would most likely check it over to Don since he was the aggressor pre-flop. And when it goes bet raised, it's more than likely somebody has a king. That's why we see him fold his queens. Unfortunate sequence of events for him.
You show me if I show you.
And now Tacos is reading the situation pretty similarly. It makes a lot of sense for Sean Louis to have a king in this spot.
Yeah.
You know, king, queen, queen, jack.
It's not like you're not going to see it anyway.
So I timestamped it and I responded in the comments. Just throw the
bad
tape on the man.
Maybe not.
Both players get to see they laid down the best hand, so well-timed aggression, fortunate timed aggression for Sean Louis. Got the turn card to do it.
I thought you might have had the diamond.
Especially, he has the flush draw equity if either player called.
That has been my time.
He made a good bet.
It's honestly just a little tilted from the hand.
I thought the diamonds. I thought the diamonds were coming.
I was sure my hand was good.
He had a good read on you. He had a good read.
I would have snapped 10.
Harry Houdini says, just recently found you guys on YouTube.
You can't call here. You can't
Well, much appreciate you tuning back in ever since you found us.
Even if he had 2 over diamonds, I'm like, oh, nah, just stick with my first one.
We're slowly creeping up to about 9,000 subscribers, which get us closer and closer to that 10K mark, which would be a lot of fun to hit. Really appreciate everybody that tunes in from time to time. Love hanging out with everybody, watching some poker, talking some poker. Feel free to jump in the chat. Let us know what you're thinking. What Sammy is thinking is, how much should I raise? Makes it 60 to go with his ace king. And Chuck calls a 7-5 suited. We saw last orbit Chuck raise in a very similar spot like this, 3-betting to isolate Sammy, but this time just calls after the last time Sammy put in a 4-bet. And we're just going to see the domino effect, everybody calling around. It's going to be 6 ways to the flop.
6 ways.
As one of the players pointed out, best bet heads up, 6 ways to a flop of ace 7-7. There are 2 spades on board, giving Donnie the flush draw.
I'm just doing continuous bits.
And Chuck is going to raise it up with his trip 7s. Not going to slow play it here. Forces Donnie to have to fold his baby flush draw. Especially this many players in the hand. It'd be really easy for somebody else to have a bigger flush draw. And on a paired board, always a chance he's drawing dead. So Sammy put in the call. It's just him and Chuck heads up. Turn is a very brick tray of clubs. So looks like Chuck's gonna fire half pot of 500. Still pretty hard for Sammy to get off of his hand here. Only really losing to a 7. Obviously holding no spades. Your opponent could have a spade flush draw. Especially going back to pre-flop, Sammy was the original opener. He was the first player to raise, and Chuck called. A lot harder for Chuck to have a 7 than, say, the players out of the blinds that were the 5th or 6th caller. They have a lot more 7s in their range than Chuck does. So, pretty hard to put Chuck on a hand. See Sammy holding the chips, but does put them back down. Wyatt, full range of emotion on this hand from Sammy. And he does let it go. So, puts Chuck on the 7 and lets go of his ace king.
You had a 7? Yeah. I had 7-3.
Very good fold by Sammy. We've seen him kind of getting the bad end of it a ton tonight. Really easy to be on tilt. Put your chips in with that hand.
No, button has priority.
No, go ahead. That's good.
Yeah, I'm hoping to get you in there with the ace.
Alright, I prefer button shot, then I'll just...
Trey, onto that hand. The one that too.
They get 2, I only get 1.
You only need one.
We're still working out.
Button straddle is on this hand. Couple of folds, get around to Chuck. He's going to limp in with Jack 7 suited. When I guess the tacos in the cutoff, he makes it 75 to go. Over the 2 limpers. Straddle gets out of the way. Sammy was deep in the tank thinking about that last hand. Realized, oh wait, we're on this one. Him and Chuck both put in the call. After flop comes 8-5 tray with 2 diamonds. So Tacos with a gut shot to the wheel. So when it checks to him, he's going to c-bet. Chuck over there waiting in the weeds with a flush draw. Meanwhile, Sammy with bottom pair does call Tacos c-bet. So we do see Chuck call rather than elect a check raise with his flush draw. Especially given the fact that Sammy flat called. Maybe it takes away the temptation to spring the semi-bluff. Turn Queen of Hearts doesn't change much for anybody. And Chuck's going to use that card to lead right out. Did bet 250, right around half pot size. Both players are going to let it go. So good takedown from Chuck. Semi-bluffing with the flush draw and just jack high. Force both players to fold. Once again, appreciate everybody coming out watching. We're here at Best Bet Live, located in Jacksonville. We've got 3 Best Bet locations throughout Northeast Florida. This being the largest. Room that I'm the card room manager at over in Orange Park. And then our 3rd newest room down in St. Augustine, Florida. This is a live 2-5 with a $25 big blind ante game. It's a 15-minute delay cash game. Real players, real money. Other than Sammy having a gut shot, nobody had much. River 8 gives Hunter a pair. Unless somebody wants to bluff, we're going to see this one check around to Hunter. He's trying to eke out anything he can get with his pair, but everybody's going to let it go for a $10 bet. Super thin value.
One Starbucks coffee a day.
Anybody new to the channel would appreciate like and subscribe. Feel free to let us know if there's anybody you're specifically rooting for, especially if it's Mr. Bill. We've heard he's a legend. Now we see Brett raise it up to 50 from the button over the $10 straddle. Both Sammy and Chuck put in the call. So it'll be 3 ways to a flop. Flop 6 tray deuce. Rainbow board. Ace high still in the lead for Brett. Action did check around. Turn queen gives Chuck the best hand. From worst to first for him. He's going to lead out. See Brett lay it down. Sammy's going to double check. He is not holding king 7 of spades. It is offsuit variety, so he's going to let it go as well. Chuck gets to take down a pot with his pair of queens after he defended his straddle. We will be back on air again tomorrow. Both myself and Ryan coming back again for the 5-10 No Limit Hold'em. Starts up at 6 p.m. Just like it does every Thursday and Friday nights, 6 o'clock live cash game. Sounds like it'll be a pretty fun lineup tomorrow.
Small blind calls. Raise.
Anybody else interested if Omaha's more your game? Going to be a 5:10 PLO starting up at 4 o'clock on Saturday.
That's baller. I feel that. That's action. Look at his chain. Show Taco. His shark's got grills on, bro.
Dude, that's like
That's savage.
fancy like stones right there.
Call 7 and a check.
I feel that.
Looks like it's going to be Sammy versus Chuck.
It's a nice little touch.
The topaz or the something like that.
Little things in life.
There's like a fancy
Turn ace is going to give Chuck
but I don't know what it is.
the best hand for sure.
It's like colored.
He is going to bet it now.
Which one is what color? Even if I did, I couldn't see the color.
Lucas in the chat says he's been in and out tonight. What's been the big hand? I think one of the biggest hands we had was right out of the gate with Hunter versus Don. Hunter had pocket aces versus Don's ace king.
Do you have the big ass tooth today?
Don put in
I
a
do. I have the big ass tooth.
pretty large 4-bet pre-flop. Hunter elected to just call rather than 5-bet it. Don did not improve, but he put in a C-bet on the turn. Hunter took down a pretty sizable pot on that one. We also saw a hand where Hunter flopped top set with the pocket aces against another player's top 2 pair, Pablo. He is no longer with us after that flop. There's been quite a few sizable hands. I don't think there's any enormous one that jumps out. Did see Don and Sammy get it in as well.
Yeah, that was
Pretty
the hand
large
where Sammy flopped the full house with deuces full of 5s, and Don had pocket jacks, but then the third 5 came out, which gave
for the
Don
counter
the
fit.
better full house, 5s full.
Yeah, so there's been quite a few pots. Pretty easy for pots to get bloated in this game with the dynamic of the ante, which creates light and large opens, which then creates light and large 3-bets.
Digging in the riverbeds.
This is off the coast of North Carolina.
7 on the turn, so
Oh, they found that in the States? Oh, yeah.
heading to a potential chop,
Florida was underwater. They found
as
it in the middle
none of
the
those
States,
kickers
in the
are good.
riverbeds. Oh, like in the Everglades or whatever? No, like Ocala, a little farther
But Tacos
south.
bets and Sammy folds.
The silt kind of washes away. Well, you got to dig. They're a few feet down, but people are out there digging on the banks. They just find a spot where they find them.
Ooh, I saw Taco stack. He just did he
I thought maybe you got.
did he lose one?
Like South Africa or something. I didn't think you could find it here.
I don't think there's been anything major. We've seen him get chipped away. He tried bluffing Brett off a hand earlier.
Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah.
Other than that,
that's probably what it is.
You know, he's been getting chipped away. You know, he's put in a few raises, a few calls. You know, a couple pots don't go your way in this game. It'll add up fast.
Yeah, as you said it before, death by paper cuts.
Oh yeah, especially when the pre-flop sizing goes up. You know.
Yeah.
If you play 5 or 6 $50 pots, then it's 250, 300 gone. Not even thinking about it.
Like big great whites are probably.
Plus with that quarter ante every orbit.
Yeah.
It's
It adds
you go
up.
card dead for an hour. It's gonna get you.
I think Hunter said it. Like these $50 raises that keep happening, they just add up. 9-7 tray flop. How about this? So Tacos open-ended. Actually, no, gutter. Excuse me. He has a gutter.
Double gutter, yeah.
Double gutter, yeah. And then Sammy 2 pair.
And it's no flush draw on board either, so very dry. Should Tacos improve, it's going to be somewhat disguised. More so the 4 than the 8.
Now king on the turn. Sammy bets 150.
$70 in the pot. $80.
Are we going out on a date later?
I got him. 2x potting. What was that? I didn't hear you. You want to go on a date?
I said I love you, man.
No, I love you too, man.
All right, I go that way.
Now that you love me, I'll give it to you gladly.
Thank you, brother.
Yeah, that's all I gotta do to win a pot. I love you.
Hey, love can be violent sometimes, so be careful, Joe.
I like some smacking.
He's into that.
He does not get away from it.
So interesting. We got such different personalities at this table, but it's been a very much an action table tonight.
It's been a very, very fun watch. Part of the reason I fell in love with the game. You get 8 completely different people at a table, but they're all joking around, having fun. Obviously, the game is good itself.
Well, only one of us has gone down.
Not many places you see that happen.
Harry in the YouTube chat. Just recently found you guys on YouTube and been watching ever since. Greatly appreciate it. Thank you, Harry. Thank you. Appreciate that
I
support.
feel like we need to bump this game up a little.
Bump it up.
It's getting a little nitty.
That table's getting a little nitty.
As we
So
just saw
here we are.
9-7 versus 6-5, both
Right.
offsuit on the last hand.
Meanwhile, here's King 6 suited versus Queen 4 suited, and Sammy hits his 6.
Check my one there.
Now Don hits his Queen. Does complete spades on the board.
I'm surprised they sucked you into that. You're like, you trying to snipe some 2-5 deep for a bit, and now you just hop into that.
Sammy still has a gutter,
With the sharks,
but he isn't going to let it go. He showed the 6.
5-10 quarter 50.
Well, pretty much, I'm pretty used to the
1,000.
5-10. The 5-10 games usually end up being at least 5-10, 25 on the screen. I've played 3 or 4 of them. I mean, and that's just in the last. I mean, it wasn't my first one.
Will remembers a 5-10 stream that you might want to talk about.
I never claimed to be a professional.
That was the most savage. You took what? I'm on the list. I'm 15th, so I don't know. I'll be here, and then if I get buried on that list, I'll go to OP. If not, I might hang out.
I don't know. I'm very torn on what to root for now. I don't know if I want. I don't know if I want to get Hunter once buried on the list or not.
Gotta play the good ones.
No squeeze. Trying to catch your ass.
I'm behaving myself halfway through.
Yeah. Oh, they're 107. 500.
Monster player.
I was really thinking it over here.
Limp 500. Did I see that correctly?
So this is the 3rd or 4th time we've seen Sammy do this. Limp and then make it huge. He does get to take it down. So we've seen Sammy pretty much mix up his limps, being actual limps versus limp raises a good portion tonight.
I just can't understand. It doesn't make any fucking sense. Like, let's just play long enough and you're gonna go broke like 25 times.
Squeeze good when you steal 75 from him.
Please do, man.
It's a juicy 75.
You keep doing you, man.
You never want to give me that. Vegetation, let it happen.
Good squeeze. $7. That's weird though.
I have to work on that one a little bit.
Yeah.
So 4, 3, 4, 6, all 7, 50, 8, 9,
get in really bad positions and then see if I can still like figure it out. With Will, I'm just like, oh shit.
Guess I gotta call it off.
Yeah, it's almost like I had to fuck myself by raising, like trying to squeeze, and it's like, oh, this guy probably has a set. Let me just raise. Well, now I can't fold.
I mean, you had the right idea, like, but you just really ran into actually the worst way possible.
Honestly, like, I mean, the worst thing about it was that it was a naked flush draw. Like, if I had a better flush draw, it would have been a much easier
You
call.
were right, you know? Or if he doesn't have top side, right? Like,
But if he jams,
got a pair.
when he
I had-
jams on me,
I had queens, man. You're gonna see if I raised it with queens.
Oh, on that one? Good hand, bro. Yeah, I believe you.
So we're gonna see. While these guys are talking, Mr. Bill and Chuck both have pretty big hands on that turn. 5 of clubs gave Chuck straight flush draw and Mr. Bill 2 pair.
I don't think he would do it with that.
Instead of a crazy action card, we see a brick on the river though.
I'm like, super nitty. I'm like, if he's jamming, he's got no less than a set.
Just destroy this.
So we go check, check, Bill, Mr. Bill, the legend. Gonna take it down with his 2 pair.
Ended his career.
Come on, like, throw a set. Like, honestly.
Definitely seeing the game start to open up a little bit.
You're like one of those Russian oligarchs that stacks some stockbrokers.
2 hands ago, Sammy went for that limp raise. Now we're seeing Mr. Bill get in there with ace-6.
I was behind, but I wasn't dead. Clearly. It wasn't like I hit a 1 outer.
Clearly, I was not that second. You had the right idea. I mean, you're putting him in a really tough spot if he's got wasted jack.
Yeah, like if he doesn't have a set of queen or set of kings, like that raise works. Literally, even if he has aces, that's a tough call right there.
Now, after Sammy limped under the gun, we still see Mr. Bill raise it up. I was just talking about Sammy's limp raised quite a few times. Maybe Sean Louis is aware of that a little bit, only calling with ace-queen, waiting to see what happens behind him. Sammy went for the limp call, so the limp raise this time. So after an ace-high flop, Mr. Bill is going to c-bet. And now Sean Louis is going to raise it up. Mr. Bill pretty quickly calls. Turn is a 6 of clubs. Does complete the front door flush draw.
I mean, yeah, if he showed me his hand.
Sean checks, and Mr. Bill betting right out.
Because I have a clean draw.
Sean going nowhere.
Even if he had 1, like, you know, the back door is still there. Yep.
Board pairs Trey River.
Still would have been good.
Sean Louis checks. And we see Mr. Bill fire out. Say vast majority of players probably would have checked back. Now this looks pretty strong. Pretty tough spot for Sean Louis. He is pretty under-repped with his hand. You know, only calling pre-flop. Not betting on the turn or river. I think he's kind of at the top of range where he's going to have to call, but it also looks extremely strong for Mr. Bill. Most of the time, anyone holding a weak ace would just check back that river. But again, Sean being at the top of his range here, going to have to put in the call.
Couldn't have everything. He was already up, I think, right? The pot was like 12K or 14.
So, pretty nice pot for Sean Louis.
For some kid that plays
The rare misstep for Mr. Bill. We've seen everything go Mr. Bill's way throughout the night.
takes a shot.
Yeah, even that little small misstep, though, Mr. Bill's still doing very good tonight.
You know what? It's like,
And you can see, I mean, he had the worst hand on the river and still almost got Sean Louis to fold. So
Yeah,
That's why I called the ball pin.
but that's the legend.
You know, does he have it every fucking time?
He had an ace.
feels like he's got it every time.
Yeah.
They can't have it every time,
Right.
right?
Question mark?
Right?
Right?
It's like
Right?
It's usually, I feel like a good portion of the time that's famous last words. Right before you stick in a big call. You can't have it every time, right? Oh, you have it.
Again, how do you have it every time?
They don't. They just have it every time you call.
Again, appreciate you guys hanging out with us. Appreciate you guys watching this 2-5 No Limit Home D-Stack cash game with $25 Big Blind Annie in play. Yeah, myself, Ryan, also known as Country. Commentating with Mike Kruger, card room manager at Best Bet Orange Park. We've had some pretty fun hands tonight, to say the least. And we are gearing up for the Card Player Poker Tour. That's right, Card Players back in town beginning August 10th through August 21st. Kicking things off with our $400 No Limit Hold'em tournament for event number 1. 6 flights in that event, $100K guaranteed in the prize pool for that. The main event, a $1,700 mystery bounty event that's going to be taking place.
Like 2 or 3 honeys in it.
300K guaranteed in the prize pool, and the bounty pools can range anywhere from 500 to 50K. So lots of bounties that could be up for grabs during the mystery bounty main event. You guys can check the website for the details for the schedule and all the structures for our tournaments during that time, bestbetjacks.com. Also, satellite schedule is up on the website as well. We have a ton of satellites that's going to be taking place.
Yeah, I'd say almost one a day.
You actually didn't get a free drink though.
Quite a few.
All right, so let's see. Jack 7 King flop here. Flush draw for Sammy. And he's on check his flush draw. Sean Louis is going to check as well. Does check around. 8 on the turn. So now a pair of 8s for Sammy. Brett open-ended with that turn card. And also a gutter.
He ordered a coffee. He gets a first round for free. So it's just coffee for free. Okay. Yep. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. 107. Thank you. Yeah. Oh,
We saw Sammy take the betting lead and Chuck putting in the call. It looks like Brett is going to raise it up with his draw.
Yeah, he is.
Probably trying to take control in position if Sean Louis gets out. And then in addition to his own draw, he's not blocking any hearts or spades. So A, that opens the door for other people to have a lot of draws, which then if they brick, they'd fold river.
Mm-hmm.
And B, if a player has an okay hand and a scary river card comes out, he can rep whatever comes out. You know,
And Sammy,
just
of
say you had king queen offsuit here. It's not exactly the most comfy position. So nice takedown for Brett with the 9-6.
No, it's nothing. Still got 9 high.
So what's the deal with that? Are they're doing the 5-10 on Wednesday?
I had a pit in it, but I was like, nah.
I mean, they do it whenever enough people show up.
No, but I mean,
That's
is that
the
like
name of
this
this game.
thing now? They move it
Right.
over there Wednesday, and then every other day it's kind of random.
You're way more connected than me, bro. I just show up when I show up.
That's the.
I look at the list and see if it looks like
Flush draws, and I'm like, technically, I'm not really hooking into that club.
All right, so we got Trey hopping back in the box. Let's go ahead and show stats. 3 hours in.
But I play like when
Yeah, Taka's winnings have dwindled to where he's relatively even now. Mr. Bill, even with that misstep, he's still up the most. 2,794. Hunter up 2,000. Chuck is up 1,300. And yeah, Sammy the most stuck at the table. Ouch. And Don still stuck as well. And a quick look at
Sammy's
the
been having a
V-pips.
really rough go.
Yeah. probably been one of the rougher live streams Sammy has had. But here's a look at the V-pips as well. 30% and higher. What an action table this has been tonight. We've seen a lot of 3-bets. But yeah, it's just a tough go-around for Sammy tonight.
Said it didn't matter.
It looks like we got a new deck. Swapped the deck out, so we're going back in there.
It's like Aaron in the chat rooting for Mr. Bill.
Yep, absolutely.
Bring out his fan club.
Mr. Bill does have a fan club for sure.
Hard not to root for the guy.
Right? So Hunter raises the 50, ace-4 suited. Don calls 8-6 suited.
I should have.
And oh my.
Ooh.
Top set versus open-ended straight and flush draw.
Wow.
And Sammy is going to lead. So now interested to see if Donnie decides to check raise. If he doesn't, then I'm sure Tacos is. And sure enough, there's Don putting in the check raise. And now Tacos sitting there with the nuts. Given this action and how wet the board is, it's hard not to put in a 3-bet. Just extremely rare to see the check 3-bet on a flop, but this might have to be one of those occasions. A lot of bad turn cards for you. See him thinking it over. Especially when you check it over to Sammy and he bets, I think in your mind you're saying, well, I'm going to check raise. And then when somebody else does it, you kind of have to recalculate. And there it is.
The 3-bet from Tacos.
Come on in.
Well, Sammy's all in.
Sammy.
With the pair of 7s?
It's a rare misstep by Sammy. We haven't seen him get out of line in this way tonight. Maybe he's just putting Tacos on a flush draw. Thinks his 7 is good. And that puts Don in a really, really weird spot, just because if Sammy's doing this with a higher flush draw, you're drawing extremely thin. Or if Tacos was doing it with a higher flush draw. Clearly they're about to get it in, Sammy and Tacos, so...
For whatever reason, I don't know why, I think... 7-4
I think
off
Don's going
with
to put
Sammy.
it in.
There
it is. Yeah, and Don's been a little stuck tonight, so I think that's going to play into this a little bit.
Yep, and Tacos snap
can't
called
get
it.
unstuck if you fold. Yeah,
Yep.
definitely snap calling with the nuts from Tacos.
Yeah.
Really weird way this played out for him.
Get it on, baby.
All right, let's see. 8 on the turn.
8 turn.
Oh, the diamond comes for Don.
So Don with a massive, massive pot now.
Oh, Sammy had pocket 7s.
It misread and it was pocket 7s.
Oh, no, he had... Okay, so the graphics for Sammy's hand was wrong. He actually had pocket 7s. So it was set over flush draw.
Open-ended straight flush draw, too.
Wow. What a massive, massive hand for Don.
And, I would say he's officially unstuck.
Yeah. Okay, so that makes a lot more sense now why Sammy did what he did.
Yeah, I mean, he's happily getting it in with pocket 7s there.
Yeah. Wow, wow, wow.
I mean, you're excited to get it in with pocket 7s there.
Mm-hmm.
So just absolute crazy spot. Amazing for Don. Obviously, if you could see both hands, you're happily getting it against them too. But
Bro, look at the reaction of this table says it all.
Yeah.
So this is a huge swing in chips. I mean,
No
Don went
kidding.
from kind of stuck to really up, wiping out Sammy and Tacos.
Wow.
Flo, can we have that shark tooth removed from the table? Nice hand, man.
Megalodon
After that.
just
So,
stacked 2 people at this table.
Just in case anybody out there is unaware, Don giving away 5% of his winnings when he plays on stream. So
Wow.
suddenly that just became quite valuable.
What a sick one. Usually I don't do this, but let me show the stats. This is how big of a swing Don just had off that hand. He was down 2K. Now he's up 2,100 from that hand.
Yeah, Tacos was even. Now he's stuck 2K. Sammy, unfortunately, was already stuck.
Sammy's almost stuck 6K.
It's only 2 max buy-ins.
Yeah, only 2 max buy-ins.
It's not great. I mean, he was having a rough go of it. And then that's the brutal. I've been getting my butt kicked. And now I've just flopped a set in a dream spot. And they're all in against me. This is going to be great.
We got a little bit of viewing party around the live stream now after this one.
I mean, hard not to want to walk up and see
I just put it in like no.
what created this outcome.
You were
Yeah, what do you guys got?
I had to put it in, you know, but I just like I felt like I knew I was losing.
Yeah, I hate that feeling.
So that's why the diamond came.
Normally, this feel like it
No
could die.
fucking way this whole clip.
That is so sick. Wow, what a massive hand for Don.
So it went from a pretty bad, rough evening for Don to a pretty okay one in one hand.
A 4K swing in one hand.
Yeah, they were all 3 sitting pretty deep, right around 2K effective. All 3 players, maybe just a little bit over it. So we'll. And what a stick cooler that one was.
So gross. That's why I said, like, it made all the sense in the world now why Sammy did what he did. Because I'm like, wait, why is he doing this with 7-4 off? Something's not right.
Well, especially to a. It went check, check, bet, raise, re-raise. So like,
Yeah.
you're like Trace Tacos check 3-bet is incredibly, incredibly strong. You're not going to spaz out,
Very
shove
strong.
against that
Yeah.
because he's never folding.
Right.
So that's why it made very little sense. So
Yeah, but now,
seeing 7-4.
now seeing
yeah,
what he
pocket
actually
sevens?
had, it
You're-
made all the
you're doing
sense in
it
the
with
world
pocket
now.
sevens.
Yeah. Yeah, set over a flush draw and the flush completes. What a sick
And
one.
so if you have middle set there, even if you think your opponent has a set, it could be bottom set. So just unavoidable train wreck. Whew. We're going to try to go back to normal here.
Yeah.
As everybody's a little shell-shocked and quiet for a minute. Tacos, fresh off the reload, flops open-ended. Mr. Bill, bottom pair, he's going to stick around, see what the turn brings. Turn does improve him to a gut shot. See if Tacos keeps his foot on the pedal. Does fire 2 1/4, and Mr. Bill's going to call. River's another 6.
Trays and 6s for Mr. Bill.
And it brought in diamonds, which I think is what Tacos is probably a little bit more afraid of, thinking Bill was on the flush draw.
Yep.
Checks it over. We're going to see Mr. Bill. He thinks he's bluffing. But we know he's got the best hand.
Tacos yep, letting it go. Mr. Bill continuing to have a great night.
Cards, Mr. Bill.
Kimberly asking, what's the buy-in for this game? It's for our 2-5 with the $25 big blind ante. Min buy-in is $500. Max buy-in is $3K. So relatively similar to our 510 buy-in that we run on the floor. For the live stream 510 game, it's a 500 min, no max. We don't have a max buy-in for the 510 game on our live stream. It is uncapped.
On to the right.
Everybody's drinking Corona now.
I've been drinking Corona. It's not new for me.
You're OG Corona, huh?
Whew. Yeah, always a little hard to bounce back after that doozy of a hand.
Yeah, no kidding.
Kimbo is asking, how do I sign up? You just go on our Facebook page or our website, bestbetjacks.com, and under the poker section, you'll see a live stream area. You click into that, it'll show all the games for the upcoming month, and then at the bottom is a little questionnaire to fill out to sign up for which game you may want to play. Here we see Mr. Bill yet again.
Mr. Bill is the legend.
and
the legend, Mr. Bill.
Hunter bet and tacos called, and Mr. Bill's laying in the weeds with 3 of a kind. Always nice. So back-to-back pots for Mr. Bill.
I'm like, oh, Bill's gonna fall. I'm gonna smoke on her on the river. Oops.
It probably would have worked too if it wasn't for pesky Mr. Bill over there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, dude, I had king high, but you were gonna fall when I smashed the river.
Six, 5 off. I mean, yeah. You're getting a price.
Oh man, I missed the.
You're definitely getting a price.
Well, it gets around to tacos on the button. He's going to open up 75. Does have ace tray. We've seen him open every button to 75 when it's folded to him. And I think that's what leads Hunter to 3-bet here, even after Mr. Bill calls with Queen Jack suited. Obviously, Hunter is going to be aware that Tacos has opened his big blind every opportunity. Now, Mr. Bill thinking it over. He is going to let it go, and Hunter gets to take down a 3-bet pot.
In the words of Big Tank, they fold it, so it doesn't matter. Right. That's a good one.
Straddle on the button, 10 to play.
We're going to see Mr. Bill throw the button straddle up.
I hear you, bro.
Action will start on Hunter out of the small blind as a result.
I hear you. I'm happy it was you, man. I appreciate it. Yeah, you deserve it, man. Oh, it's not over. It's in play.
Don saying, don't worry. This stack is still in play.
Oh, it's true.
Yep. Don does not lock things up in a imaginary glass case. He plays it through. Mr. Bill also with ace-10. So ace-10, ace-jack, king-jack, ace-10.
So it took 2 days to fly back.
And there is a king on the flop for Don.
Yeah, king, queen, 7. So
Try to go for
Everyone with
Don
a,
with top pair and the other 3 with gut shots.
Yeah.
250.
Don bets 250 here. After that huge triple up that he had a few hands ago.
With it being a pot-sized bet, we see the first 2 get out of the way with their gut shot, but Sean Louis is going to call with his. He's also holding the ace of hearts, so he's blocking some of the flush draws.
Actually, I ate like a
Let's go check after that brick turn.
Yeah, definitely a good spot for Don to pot control.
Don does bet 300 here.
Looks like Sean might be thinking about putting in a check raise. Said he just flicks in the call. He went bluff catching with his ace high. Put Don on a hand that could be a flush draw, and obviously if you have the ace of hearts, his flush draw would be no good. Or maybe a jack 10 type hand.
Not set yet, but there's still plenty of time.
Some sort of straight draw or flush draw that missed.
We got big stacks.
That has hurt. That's hurt. Hunter asked Don, so you doing your 5% giveaway today, Don?
Look, Hunter is pulling out his phone to go onto YouTube and join the chat. Try to get that 5% free roll.
Not able to do that on the table because you can't watch the live stream at the table. But yes, to answer that question, both Don and Tacos we're doing to give away a 5% of their earnings. But right now, it's funny how things swing because it looked like it was Tacos that was going to do it. But after that triple up hand, it looks like Don now is in a pretty good spot to where he may be giving 5% of his earnings away. Unfortunately for Tacos, he's stuck at the moment. But listen, we just saw a 4K swing happen in one hand. In the words of Kevin Garnett, anything is possible. Sammy looks like he shoved all in with king-queen offsuit.
Almost 200 in dead chips in the middle, the raise and all the callers, plus the big blind ante. So if he gets this shoved through, he gets to pick up a free 200 without even seeing a flop. Just talk about how much action and chips are in play. We see Mr. Bill tanking on calling an all-in with 9-7 suited.
He does call it.
And now we see a call of an all-in with 9-7 suited. So
this game is crazy.
This is an action. This is a pretty action game.
Yep. 7 deuce 10 flop.
Of course.
Oh, and Mr. Bill.
Oh, if you're gonna give it to the right, yeah. Just put it on the rail. Alright, he's all right.
See if Sammy can hit the king or the queen.
There's good news and there's bad news. The good news for you, I never looked at my hand.
Oh my goodness. Well, let's see what the rest of the run out is.
Looks like the sevens were good enough for Mr. Bill.
I didn't know you didn't look.
Wow, Mr. Bill.
Good luck, everybody.
Wow, that's the end of Sammy's night. Listen, we like Sammy. Sammy's a good dude. Just a tough one tonight. And Mr. Bill can't miss. Gets another one.
Hopefully, Sammy's off to the PLO to take down a couple of big pots. Make up
right,
for this
yeah.
One. He got whacked on this table.
He did.
I mean, nothing he could have done in the vast majority of them. It was he got it in with pocket deuces on a 5-5 deuce board, and where the turn came a 5 to counterfeit his boat. He flopped middle set on 10-7-5. You know, gets it all in. So just a rough night for Sammy.
That was a pretty epic call. I folded the winner there.
time to charm.
What'd you have? What are we doing here, Bill? What would the legend do? Like King 10.
Legend do. What are you doing? He had this,
What would a legend do?
Two people behind. His raises
Man,
were-
he'd call it all in with 9-7.
raises were like 10. They were always like 10.
Full 3.
Yeah.
Now it's
75.
75. Wait, it was 10
It was
for
a straddle 10,
call.
Mr. Bill.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. 75-4.
You chose the same thing.
I feel like Bill is constantly playing chess.
Okay.
Look at him now. I'm telling you.
Column 2.
Listen,
Play my haters.
Mr. Bill, there's a reason why we call him the legend, Mr. Bill.
He's above the rim, man.
Aaron, what's up, man? Oh, Mr. Bill had a message for you.
70.
I don't know if you have a way to be able to reach out or talk to Mr. Bill, but he said he had a message for you, Aaron.
Button straddle.
I don't know if that's good or bad.
No, Mr. Bill said, hey, you see Aaron back in the YouTube chat, let him know I got a message for him. I told him I'd let him know.
We have a button straddle already.
And Mr. Bill is on the list for tomorrow night's 5:10 live stream, too, so we'll see Mr. Bill tomorrow.
You know, that way just completely forgot about my coffee, it seems. She came back with the...
Looks like we got a new player coming in. I think this is RJ. Yeah, this is RJ. RJ plays a lot of the PLO games or anything, but he will sneak in, play some 2-5 no limit hold'em, some 5-10 no limit hold'em. So here he is back on the live stream as RJ.
Mr. Tacos, you are the big guy on the name.
I'm getting blown up now. Everybody's like, oh my god. Freaking out about their hand.
Everyone's upset.
I can't imagine what that feels like a little bit. Losing a big pot, and then 15 minutes later, your phone just starts buzzing left and right.
Sammy had the 2-7 as well.
Right back at it. Mr. Bill under the gun. Opens up with 4s.
Been doing some scouting up there watching this.
Chuck flats from the butt, went 9-8 suited. And we see Don just call out of the small blind queens. Maybe he had an inkling. Taco springs a 3-bet from the big as a squeeze with king queen.
They put honey in this?
I don't know how Don knew Tacos was going to squeeze, but I would assume a good read by him. Normally, Don is one to raise it up
It's okay. I mean, by the time he can come back, it's fine.
often. Now Chuck thinking it over with a 9-8. But he's going to let it go, and now just a matter of continue calling or put in a raise for Don.
Smart call, Don. 82 is going to work for you right now.
Don does just call, continuing to trap. Flop comes ace high. It might be a little scary for him.
I like this guy.
Tacos has a gut shot. Does check it back.
By the time I get really hammered, we'll be done.
Board pairing 6 on the turn. Don's going to check again. Now Tacos puts in the delayed C-bet. River's another ace. Got to make Don feel a little bit better about his queens now. Tacos might happily check down king high. He does.
Nice hand.
So action went check, check, and Don's going to take down another pot. So we see the rich get richer. Don stacking some more chips, courtesy of Tacos again. Really rough sequence of events the last 30 minutes or so for Tacos. Saw Brett open it up to 50. And when it folds around to Tacos, he puts in the 3-bet. It's king queen again this time. Fortunately for him, he didn't run into Don's pocket queens on this hand. He gets to take that one down after Brett folds.
I just found out that your wife is the toughest Omaha player I've ever played against.
Welcome.
She has whooped my ass most times. I just started like 2 months ago playing. I'm just hoping to emulate her game. She's fucking tough at it. So tough.
Anybody unaware, is referencing Hunter's wife, Alice. Alice frequents the PLO live stream a little bit. Definitely plays a lot of PLO. It is quite good.
Oh, really? I've never played her.
This is her worst game. This is her worst game.
So we saw a button straddle from Tacos. Mr. Bill originally limped.
I didn't teach her that. She learned that on her own.
And it got around to Donald, who raises it up.
Well, she learned well. I tried to get her to, if I never sit at a table with her, she'd give me lessons. She's just not time for that. I will pay you and never sit down at a table. You'll teach.
Checks around at Tacos here. He puts out a stab, trying to take this pot down, but I think Don is reading that. Calls with the 5s. Now Tacos turns the king. Gets bailed out. So Tacos gets to take down another small pot. Nothing big, but bringing in some chips is way better than sending out some chips. Especially when you've been clipped pretty hard, like Tacos has the last half hour. Sean in the chat says, awesome game tonight. Thanks, guys. Appreciate you checking us out and checking in from Savannah, Sean. It's definitely been a good game. No shortage of action tonight. Always appreciate everybody that tunes in, checks us out. Having a lot of fun, watching some poker, doing some commentary with everybody here tonight. Coming to you live from Best Bet Jacksonville, located right in Jacksonville, Florida. We got a total of 3 rooms in Northeast Florida. This one in Jacksonville, one in Orange Park, and another newer location down in St. Augustine. Meanwhile, Sean Lewis wakes up with ace-queen suited, makes it 75 to go over the $10 straddle that Mr. Bill put on. It's like Taco's the only caller. He's holding the same suit in diamonds. Whoa, queen, 9 flop for Sean. Flops it all and decides to check. Turns even more of it with an ace. He tried checking it over to Tacos, getting him to maybe put out a bluff, but Tacos didn't fall for it there. And he does lay it down on the river after Sean bets for some value. Just shows the monster. Ace queen. Looks like it is a current high hand. We're going to call it in.
You were getting no value. I had 10 high.
I know, that's why I never I might eat his shit. He'd have tried something on the turn if he had something.
I've learned that when I'm running bad, I don't usually try to make a lot of crazy plays.
That's a good thing to learn.
Yeah.
Yes. Taco's saying it. Sometimes when you're in a storm, you just weather the storm.
Zero, honey. None. I'm almost finished.
Pretty good lesson for anybody out there just starting to play. If you're getting your butt kicked, don't try to force it and get overly creative to get the money back. Mr. Bill elects to only call with ace-king pre-flop. Don holding pocket queens. These are the two biggest stacks at the table by far. A little surprised Mr. Bill didn't spring the 3-bet. He's been pretty active tonight. Wouldn't have been surprised. But it opened the door for Sean Louis to come in out of the big with his 6 deuce, and he flops a 6. Probably feeling pretty good about it. Especially if the flop checks around, turn jack. Sure, we're going to see Don bet now after checking around on the flop. Might see Sean Louis call one street. He does flick in the call. River 8 doesn't change much. When Sean bets, Don's going to go for value. And from Sean's perspective, his hand might be good. All the draws missed, both clubs and spades.
Really similar to that last bet.
Vast majority of the straight draws miss. And Sean does put in the call, hoping to pick off a bluff, but Don had a monster instead with pocket queens.
What the fuck, Don? How many times are you gonna have queens?
So Don somehow eking out a ton of value out of 6 deuce there. That check on the flop was really deceiving. So after maybe one of the roughest starts you can see in a while, Don has made quite the comeback. Running real hot and avoiding some missteps.
Way more than that.
Things generally tend to.
It was like 9K, bro.
Things generally tend to turn around when in a plot like that. Yeah.
We're going to see Don raise it up again, makes it 75 with 8-6.
Dude, when you raised Don,
He just made it 75 last hand with queens and got to show it down.
And I'm just like, what are you gonna do?
I think he's aware of that image, as well as everybody saying how he can't lose right now. Always nice to play into the vibe everybody is feeling.
The only reason why I really couldn't is because I already put in 12, so like, if I'd only put in 1 and I really felt that shitty about it, maybe I can find a way, but I literally have the nuts at that point.
I did see 3 people call the open, and went checks around on the flop.
See, they're still talking about the massive hand from about 30 minutes ago.
Well, Don just took down another pretty good pot too. So,
wow, yeah, I just see
he's
that
been
now.
on a heater.
He's close to 9K for his chip stack. And again, as we're going to go ahead and chop this one up.
Maybe.
I was say, well, yeah, Don does check it.
If one of them bets, they're going to take it down. But goes check, check. 8 high. I can't win. That's how you know Don's running pure. He was able to just chop a pot with 8 high.
Yeah.
This time the 8.
Wow. Don has got over 9K in front of him now. And guys, remember, keep in mind, Don was stuck like 3K at one point. He was stuck at 3K. And then the miracle hand, set over flush draw. Don rivers his flush, tripled up, stacked 2 players, and has been unstoppable since.
It's like Don built up some momentum. It's like Derrick Henry coming at you full speed, you know? Can't stop him. Just get out of the way.
What a massive, massive night for Don. We'll actually show the stats after this hand here to show where he's at.
Yeah, but you gotta keep it now.
As well as everybody else at the table. But the great nights have been for Don, Mr. Bill, and Hunter. They've had really good nights.
I feel like Chuck left up, I believe, right?
Oh, yeah, I just noticed that. Chuck is gone.
He just had to call it a night.
Yeah, so Chuck was up about a little over $1,000. So, yeah, good night for Chuck. First time playing on the live stream again in like 4 or 5 months. And booked himself a W. Not too shabby. Queen Jack
Definitely
5.
tell he didn't want to go.
Yeah.
It must have been a prior engagement of some kind, because this game is too good to leave.
He did. I would say for sure he didn't want to leave. So now Brett has a flush draw on top of his pair of jacks.
Sean Louis open-ended and Don with a gut shot. Instead, Taco's bet with his trays into everybody.
Okay, so 3 players to the river. It's a 6. Brett's going to have the check mark here. Sean says, awesome game tonight. Thanks for checking in from Savannah. Yeah, this has been a really good 2-5 game. Really good 2-5 with the $25 big blind ante. Has definitely had its share of actions. And it looks like Sean Louis is going to be the one to go ahead and fire out a bet here. That's $350.
Brett snap called. Excellent call by Brett.
Big hand for Brett. Takes it down.
A good read of the situation. Picking off a bluff there.
I guess in that meantime, let's just go ahead and show the stats. Yeah, Don, what a swing for him. Up now 4,000. Mr. Bill almost up 4K, up 36.85. Hunter's up a little over 2K. Brett's now up over 1,300. Taco's right now the most stuck at the table. It was Sammy at one point. Poor Sammy was stuck 6K. Unfortunately, to end his night. And then a quick look at the V-Pips. RJ just joined the table. That's why we don't have a lot of stats for him yet. Pretty sick night tonight, but you know, let's just do a little bit of numbers. Well, you may be asking yourself, what's 5% of 4,000? That's a cool $200 that you might potentially get tonight, assuming things stay the way they do, just by watching our live stream. This is all thanks to Don, and do want to preface it though, it is not an official best bet giveaway. This is something that Don just likes to do out of the kindness of his own heart, just to give back in his own way. So if things stay the way they do, as Tacos does rip it all in here with his flush draw. Pair of 9s for Sean Louis. Sean Louis is going to go ahead and put in the call. Trey on the turn. Wow, and the 9 holds for Sean Louis. So Sean Louis is going to get a big double up here from Tacos. Unfortunately for Tacos, it's been a rough night for him. Of course, the last time we saw him on the live stream, the 5-10 game, he had a really good game, booked a big W, but tonight, unfortunately, on the opposite end of it. Bull Indy says, when's the Don giveaway? Love my shirt. Oh, yeah, nice. Good. Glad you got your shirt. We'll be doing the roll for it at 10:15. So the next dealer change that we get in about 15 minutes here, we'll do the giveaway. And let me go ahead and preface it as well. What I'll be doing is a keyword that you guys will have to type in the YouTube chat. This is a YouTube giveaway chat. Nightbot's set up in YouTube, and we do the giveaway roll using Nightbot. So please do know that the giveaway is going to be in YouTube. And unfortunately, YouTube does not have a direct messaging system. So we do ask that you have either a Facebook or an Instagram to be able to DM back and forth, because I'll need to get your email address to be able to give to Don once we do the giveaway. So
Just 5:10 tomorrow.
yeah, just 5:10 tomorrow.
Just 5:10.
We talked about it earlier. Mr. Bill's on the list for that 5:10 game tomorrow. Also slated on the list for tomorrow's live stream. We got Jimmy, of course, who typically does play our 5:10 live streams. Taco's here with the King. Don does have a draw to Broadway and a backdoor to Hearts.
I think it always is, right? On the stream, right?
But also on the live stream list tomorrow, it's Jimmy, Russ, Mario, potentially the return of John O to the live stream cash game. Last time we saw John O was the big 25-50 game that we had when Alec Torelli was here. So yeah, quite a few names on the live stream list for tomorrow. Should be a fun 5:10 game. Now trips for Tacos.
All right, Tacos can't lose to Don this time.
No, not this time.
Finally.
He's going to be sneaky. He's going to check it.
Can't blame him.
Good check back from Don. And does complete Hearts on the board. Tacos is going to go ahead and bet 350 since Don immediately folded. But yeah, so we'll do the giveaway for Don's earnings in our YouTube chat, so please be watching in YouTube. I'll be typing out a keyword. You have to type that keyword into the chat. Then I'll roll for it.
So it shouldn't be
The cooler. Kirk himself is in the chat. Good to see you, Kirk, man. Hopefully you're doing well. Kirk was out there when that big hand happened. So I'm going to say Kirk kind of manifested that just by his presence being there. Because he showed up the other time, too, when there was the other big pot that took place.
The old blame Kirk strategy, huh?
Nah, this is praising Kirk. Showed up at the right time.
Depends who's listening.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Don agrees with you. I don't know if Tacos and Sammy do.
Yeah, it's the only downfall.
It's all a matter of perspective, you know?
No, 100%. 9 times out of 10, everything is based off of perspective.
You're right.
That's why everybody's, you know, whenever you tell the story, it's you're the hero, they're the villain.
Well, that's a name I hadn't seen in the chats in a while. What's up, Slim Jim? Good to see you.
Go for a Slim Jim right about now.
Snap it to a Slim Jim. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember seeing Slim Jim in the chats when we used to stream on Twitch quite a bit. Six-five Jack flop. Flop really didn't hit anybody.
Oh, just gonna see who wants to bluff first.
4 on the turn. Now that gives RJ an open-ended straight draw. Tacos a gutter. Oh, all right. Good to hear. Good to hear, though, man. Glad things have been okay for you, though. And RJ is going to be one to fire out the bet and force everyone else to fold. Yeah, I appreciate all you guys coming through and watching on the live stream. In fact, 120 of you guys on YouTube. Thank you guys so much for hanging out and watching us. Oh, did I miss a new member? Hold on. Oh, no, we just got it. Cliff, thank you so much for the Tier 1 channel membership, man. Greatly appreciate it.
Can we move the fan? It's getting a little toasty in there.
Seth's, I guess, feeling a little heat.
A couple minutes. Yeah, they moved it. It's good.
I appreciate every one of you guys coming through and hanging out with us. Again, about 20 subscribers away from 9,000 on our YouTube channel. Definitely appreciate every one of you coming through. Because again, we're close to 9,000. Be great to get that before the card player poker tournament comes through.
You're right. It's so true, man.
You guys, hit that subscribe button. Click the like as well. Every little bit does help.
So what do you think will be higher at the end of the night? Our subscriber count or Don's chip stack?
I think it's still going to be Don's chip stack with the way he's been running tonight.
Man, they're basically tied right now. It's getting close.
Yeah, our subscriber count, I'll learn to speak one day, is pretty close to what Don has in his chip stack. So Hunter did call Mr. Bill's bet, as both Mr. Bill and Hunter got the ace.
Both, not too proud with their kickers at the moment, that's for sure.
No.
I think Taco's, like he was saying earlier, forcing himself not to be creative. Maybe he was thinking about using his King of Diamonds as a potential float in that hand, but did let it go.
Now Mr. Bill firing out 2 in the queue. Oh no, just even 200.
It's just a leaner in there.
Yeah, it's a little leaner. That's why I thought it was 225, but it's all right.
See what Hunter decides to do.
The subpar kicker that he's got. I think he's going to let it go. He does. So Mr. Bill will take down this one.
Another pot from Mr. Bill.
So we have RJ on the phone. Don stepped away for a quick second. He'll be back in the game, though. Oh, yeah, Mr. Bill the GOAT. He'll be on the 510 live stream tomorrow night, too. Little Mr. Bill.
That is funny. Getting accused of something that you didn't do.
Yeah, that's the worst.
I know all too well about that. I think that they tried all too well. I'm just curious.
You don't want to lose her. Even in my computer.
In the computer, your stack has flaws.
16. Nice. Must be nice, computer. Call for always. 6, 7.
All right, so we got 3 players of the flop here. Ace, Jack, offsuit, King 10. Pocket 7s for Don. Ace, Jack, Jack. Wow, Brett flopped everybody essentially dead.
Yeah, and Mr. Bill's got a gut shot to Broadway, and obviously if a 7 came for Don, it would be disastrous for him.
It would be. The deuce on the turn. And this is going to check around. Brett does finally fire out a bet. 75 here. Don will call it off. Mr. Bill lets go of his hand. Well, Don just donated about 2% of his earnings to Brett here. So Brett trying to figure out what size can he put out here for some value potentially.
Yeah, I would assume you want to go pretty large.
He goes about 300, it looks like, so almost pot size bet.
Close to pot.
Oh, 400, okay. And Don
Yeah,
will let it go.
I think you want to go with a polarized size there. There weren't a lot of draws available, so you're just trying to get as much as you can if somebody happens to have a jack or a big ace they don't want to let go of. There's not a lot of thin value to be had since nobody can have a light hand most of the time.
Oh yeah, Tom Dwan was there. Oh, was Tom Dwan. The PLO guy? Yeah, the PLO guy.
Of course, again, guys, the hand of the night. Of course, we'll have the timestamps for you guys in the archive, but the hand of the night was set over set versus flush draw, all on the flop. Everyone got it all in after the flop. Diamond on the river to give Don the hand to complete his flush.
Well, it looks like if it's a big establishment in terms of like, you know, the whole casino, but it's a really fucking small casino. I've never even been before. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The whole thing, you can walk around the whole casino in like 2 minutes.
I didn't know like table games. The casino's really old. Like they need to replace the carpet. It smells like shit in there.
Yep, the
All
food
the
is
neighborhood
horrible.
is really bad.
Yep, it's Rhyme City. Rhyme City. Dude, I was totally surprised. I thought
You thought it was going to be
they shine it.
Only that center glass room is nice.
Yes, yes.
I guess we're talking about Hustler Casino.
Crazy game.
I would have assumed, you know, it's got to be nice.
Yeah, loose too, but
Hollywood Park's brand new.
oh, Hollywood. I didn't ever go to Hollywood Park. I only went to Commerce usually for when I lived there.
I was gonna go to the bike, but I don't know if it was a mistake or something on Google. It said it closed at 10 p.m.
No.
That's a mistake, right? I was like, what casino
They might
closes
be
at 10
talking
p.m.?
about like the front desk at the hotel.
Yeah, I was like, that's something wrong with
It's
it.
24 hours.
Yeah.
It's that's an old place too, though.
The bicycle?
The nicest places are Gardens and Hollywood Park.
But there's much action as Hustler, you think?
I mean, LA is just so huge. Everything's far away, especially if you have to take I-5. You're really far away.
Were you out there just
Yeah. And to smoke some good marijuana.
So now we see a really crazy turn. Mr. Bill
wow.
getting there with 2 pair. Hunter with the overpair is going to continue firing for value. Hard not to think he has the best hand.
And then Mr. Bill puts in the
check raisey daisy.
yeah. Raised it up pretty significantly too. $800 raise from Mr. Bill.
It's hard to put him on a hand that connects to, you know, to 2 pair on this board. Maybe you could think he has 4-6 suited.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like 4-6 is the only thing they already got there.
Hunter doesn't think too long and snap folds.
Mr. Bill does show Hunter, and he just gets a good chuckle out of it.
So really, really good fold by Hunter there.
Yeah.
Not sure how he folded that fast, but he just knows. Excellent read.
There's nobody that goes in Colorado or
It's like you know the right conditions here. Like it's too wet here.
They can do it if they do it indoor.
Well,
if they do it fully controlled indoor, they can produce it, but they don't have the genetics. They don't have the
because you can't bring the seeds across.
Oh no, they just don't have like they've been crossbreeding and doing all types of genetic modification in California and those states for years. So they're only just catching up over here.
All right, guys, I am getting everything ready. I know you guys are anxiously awaiting for the keyword for 5% of Don's earnings. We'll have that in just a moment at the next dealer change.
There's a brewery right on my street, actually.
Here?
Yeah. Just off a racetrack road, you can smell it at certain times of year.
King 10-7 flop gives Mr. Bill a gut shot, and Tacos bottom pair. Sean Louis with just ace high. He's the one betting out. Tacos is a non-believer, flicks in the call, and Mr. Bill coming along with his straight draw to the Broadway.
You can't really go around, right? Like, can you? Well, I guess Oklahoma's more flexible now, right?
Oklahoma's the same. You can get a car.
Right.
But I'm sure they're pretty simple to get it. But you have to be a resident of Oklahoma. Where in New Mexico, you can just recreational.
We're talking about driving cross country, like.
Oh yeah. Yeah, Oklahoma's only like 2 hours from where we were, but.
It's so dumb. It's like you're not hurting.
Everybody checks around. Looks like Taco's going to take down the pot with his 7.
37 states that's legal, or at least like somewhat legal.
Yeah.
We lived in Atlanta before. In Atlanta, at least if you get caught with it, you get it.
Well, that's what they were doing on
If
South
you had bet into, you had to raise.
There'd be people smoking weed right in front of the police outside the club at South Beach.
Yeah, make some money.
A lot of times they wouldn't even do it because they're like, it's not worth. Because the first offense is like a $75 civil penalty or whatever. It's not even like a misdemeanor. So the police were like, it's not even worth filling out all the paperwork and all this bullshit, right? Like, it's so dumb. I mean, they got to go after the opioids.
Yes.
That's what you got to stop.
1000% agreed.
That kills me.
Oh yeah, it's really frustrating. Like, yeah, very frustrating.
That kills people. Weed actually helps a lot.
Yeah.
We're going to see Don raise it up with 6-5 suited.
Smoke or anything, edibles or anything, but like,
Coming out of the cutoff.
it help a lot of people.
It's like everybody let it go pretty quick. Nobody wants to battle with Don tonight. They've seen how things are going for him, and gotta have a hand to stand up to him.
They're always going to be fights.
That's true. That's true.
You never see people just smoking weed. You never see fights.
Same with Molly. You never see people fight on Molly.
No, they hug each other.
Same. Yeah.
Hugs, not drugs.
Alcohol. Violence is coming.
The most violent places you ever go are cowboy,
It made no sense,
cowboy
but you don't
clubs
have to
in Texas.
No, I was just trying to process
A bunch of
that.
cowboys want to fight.
Yeah, it didn't make sense.
I was like, where's that from?
3 and 4.
I don't know.
Always somewhere.
Usually it's like
Oh, the straddle.
drugs and hugs.
Drugs and hugs.
EDC.
This is going to 11, right?
Let me
The
just
stream's
slap.
going to 11. The stream's going to 11, right?
Those Mr. Bill's button straddle. Tacos limping his pimping strategy.
Just gotta stop like crystal
Flop comes King, Queen, Jack.
fentanyl and
Mr. Bill with the best hand.
oxycodone and stuff.
Check. Come on, Pat. Good luck stopping those guys.
I don't know. Let's run it out.
There's so much money.
I was gonna fold, but
So Tacos put in the fold.
I mean, those people are hooked so much worse than anything else.
It's terrible.
And Mr. Bill does take this pot down with the best hand.
My dad broke his collarbone and shattered it.
I thought you were gonna bet, so.
You're talking about a man that's, as far as I know, he didn't drink for like 30 years, but he said that he got to where like the weekend, he was 2 hours before, he said, I was fainting. He said, I was so afraid that I was going to get hooked, he said, I just stopped with a shattered shoulder and just said, fuck, screw that, because he was afraid he was going to get hooked.
I mean, after what I've seen, after what I've seen, all the, like,
All right, so I do see the dealer change. Let's go ahead and show the stats.
Really?
And that's the way things look. Mr. Bill up almost 4K. Don gave a little bit back, but he's still up pretty good. Brett's up, Hunter's up, RJ and Sean Louis relatively even. Tacos right now the most stuck out of the table. And then here's a look at the V-Pips as we do enter our final hour of the live stream. And guys, as promised, after this hand is done, I will be sharing the keyword in our YouTube chat. So it gives you an opportunity to head over to YouTube real quick.
It's like if I broke my femur in a car accident or something, it's like maybe for a couple days.
We will be doing the giveaway
shit as soon
for
as
5%
He
of
said 6
Don's
dollars. He said it was
earnings
pretty- He was fiending.
after this
I would
hand.
try to, unless I was in.
Well, this hand's already over, so we'll wait after the next hand.
The fastest hand of the night.
Yeah, that was the fastest hand of the night. Trey must have knew. He's like, he's about to do this giveaway. I'm going to make this
He
hand
did it
quick.
just.
So
yeah,
we'll
he
do
did
it
just a
after
method.
this hand. After this hand coming up now.
10 to play, strap.
I would rather be miserable and pain than take that stuff because I've seen it like.
I was finishing getting everything ready, and I'm like, oh, wait, hand's already done.
Raise 60 in the 2. Raise 200 in the 3. 4.
Hunter does 3-bet it to 200, and it folds back around to Mr. Bill, who is putting in the call. He is. So Mr. Bill has a mystery hand. Deuce 7-6. All right, well, Mr. Bill does fold, so Hunter bets 250. Mr. Bill does let it go. All right, guys, so here's the keyword in the YouTube chat. You have to type in this keyword exactly as it is spelled out, or for, you know, if you are pretty adequate with a PC, there is the copy-paste method you can use as well. But there is the keyword, exclamation point, lucky shark tooth. That's what we're going with the keyword tonight. Exclamation point, lucky shark tooth. That is the keyword to type in to potentially be the winner of 5% of Don's earnings. You have to type in the exclamation point, lucky shark tooth. You have to type it out exactly that way, or highlight it, Control C, Control V.
I was really hoping you were going to accidentally say Control P, like people love to do. I was like, God, that would have been funny.
That would have been hilarious.
Anybody doesn't know, Control P is print, so not paste. Been fun if you accidentally told some people to start printing off keywords. Yeah, seeing lots of people already shouting it out. Glad to see so many people watching, sweating it with us tonight.
I was a pretty regular user before that.
Yeah, they have trusted sources for ganja these days. Trust me.
Yeah, for anything.
For anything. Yeah, for anything.
Raise 45 in the 6.
Like Alice gets all worried about where we buy our.
Yeah, a lot of entries already. I like it.
Happy to see this many people watching along with us tonight.
Mm-hmm.
Really appreciate everybody viewing, hanging out.
And again, just a reminder, guys, please have a way for me to be able to direct message you, either Facebook or Instagram. That way I can be able to communicate with you guys, because I will need to get an email address from you so Don can reach out to you and work out the logistics as far as the giveaway goes.
She buys like prawns and shrimp on like black market Chinese places.
And remember as well, if you try to enter multiple times, you will be automatically DQ'd.
I mean, it's delicious stuff.
It's only one entry. It's only one entry, and you have to spell it out exactly
All kinds of comments.
the way it's there. Exclamation point, lucky shark tooth. As we see this hand will go to, guess what? Goes to Don.
We stopped in Jacksonville, and I was like, this is the best city I've ever been to.
All right, guys, we will do the giveaway after this hand. We will roll for the winner. So you only got a few more minutes
Like everything is built from
at the most.
scratch, like including the bread. They're on, like the jelly that they give you to put on toast or whatever is all, yeah, Jackson Hole, Wyoming is amazing.
Jackson Hole, Wyoming.
Yes.
It's also very expensive.
It is expensive, yes.
Yeah, we will roll for the winner after this hand.
In that area for sure.
Raise 50 in the
But,
4.
Yeah, quite a few of you are already registered.
Park is sick. Yellowstone is sick.
Is Yellowstone in Wyoming or is it in Original
It's in more
It's
than
in
one
those
state.
states.
It's mostly in Wyoming.
Okay.
But part of it goes in.
All right, so we see 4 players at the flop here. Jack, ace, 10.
It's huge.
Wow,
Top
top pair
two
for
for
Sean
Sean
Louis.
Louis. Brett with middle pair and gut shot.
You have not been saying very much today.
Donnie with the gut shot and backdoor diamonds.
Yeah, I would skip all the
Don does let it go.
Old Faithful. and
Sean
all that
Louis did
stuff.
bet
Like,
275.
That didn't do anything for me, but I would go to the.
Everyone will fold around, so Sean Louis will take it down.
Hidden gem, and they don't show that on any of the.
All right, guys, here we go.
Stuff. I mean,
It is time. Let's go ahead and roll for a winner. Again, this is for 5% of Don's earnings. And again, do want to remind you, please have a way for me to be able to direct message you, either Facebook or Instagram. That way I can get your email address to be able to send to Don. So here we are. The winner of the giveaway is going to be Michael. Congrats, man. Michael is the winner of Don's giveaway.
Congrats, Michael. You have a great name. So, got nothing bad to say about you.
From one Mike to another. So congratulations, Mike, for winning 5% of Don's earnings tonight. Mike, just want to double check, make sure, do you have an Instagram or Facebook for us to be able to direct message you?
Didn't even see there's another Michael B. That is. Whew.
Wow, we live close enough here, actually. South Georgia's got enough nukes to blow up the world.
Meanwhile, at least for Michael B's sake, Don is in here playing this pot. He's got a bottom pair, open-ended straight draw. Sean with top pair.
I love how both Kirk and Jacob are in the chat going. They are both going demand a recount.
If I get the word, I'm just.
7
Tacos.
Michaels just got slow rolled. Well, that's why Nightbot has the full name, Michael Bunton.
I got the. No, fuck that. I'm not going out like that.
Ayers should have a way to hit the like to be able to win. Yeah, that's hard to track, though. It's hard to track who all hits the like button and who doesn't.
But I've heard it, like, you know, really helps you run good.
Yeah.
Just saying.
But Mike, Michael Bunton, please let us know. Do you have a Facebook or Instagram
I was out there.
so I could be able to direct message you?
Like 2016, and people weren't fucking crazy like that. Like it was. Everybody was like.
Don turns the straight.
They're nice people and they're reasonable.
I was there for 15 and 16. It was a blast. I loved it.
Yeah, I had a good time out there. I lived in Long Beach.
Don with his straight here. He did bet the flop. Would imagine he's going to continue again. Meanwhile, Tacos is still on the club flush draw.
This trans thing and the sex education for kids and all this and their water issues.
Don decides to just rip it.
And it's just like, what happened?
They had some bad like rat issues in LA for long.
The earthquake.
So, looking like Don's going to scoop another pot here.
Where's the tax? Yeah, 12% state income tax max tier is like, that's just unforgivable. So if you're paying 39% for Uncle Sam and then another 12 on top, or 13 on top of California, it's like, oh.
The only reason I can't call is because you might be on the draw.
And then you still got to pay sales tax and everything else, right? Property tax. That doesn't factor that in. Right?
This would have been in.
You had it?
I had 10-7 of clubs.
Oof.
That's why I fooled.
I think 10-7. Or 7. Well, yeah.
The only way you can really live there is if you guys pay the stock option, you go you borrow against that. But did you see how they were trying to pass that law where, like all these Facebook people were trying to declare
What's going on with the YouTube chat here?
Oh, you broke it.
I guess I did. YouTube chat broke.
I turn any card that proves my hand is property.
It looks like it's working.
Before my hand.
That's weird. The first time I tried to send that message, it didn't go through for some reason. So, try again. Again, Michael, congrats. Please let us know if you have a Facebook or an Instagram for us to be able to direct message you. Like I said, I'll have to get your email address to be able to give to Don. So he can
everybody
contact
else,
you.
everybody else, stay tuned in case he doesn't.
It's true.
Well, it was probably due to like all the big tech and stuff with like options vesting, like having, like 3-year vesting schedules and stuff. But like it's still BS.
As far as I'm concerned, it's like those people have created a lot of value for humanity, and they don't know the government. Like if you created a ton of value for humanity, and you took the risk of getting paid with stock options, you should not be paying. You don't get rewarded more than 15% cap gains.
All right, yet again, Don getting in the mix, raising it up to 75.
Yeah.
Opening up pretty light now, 10-5 suited.
I got out of my business. And
Gets calls out of Tacos and Mr. Bill.
we're outside of Texas are good as far as my business.
Gonna be 3 ways to a flop. See if Don can add to his chip stack.
For like a few months.
Flop Jack 10-8.
We came out and checked this place out.
And that checks over to Mr. Bill. He is going to fire with his gut shot.
The beach is here. We got 2 kids, so it's like.
Let me see here. Let me double check. I don't see anything come through yet. Hold on. Oh, there we go. Gotcha. Yep, we're good. I got you, Mike. Yep, we are all good.
That's why I like
Don turns 2 pair.
like on weekends, everyone's up in the game.
It's like good news for everybody watching.
Because you're donating some of your winnings. That's the secret.
So another pot getting pushed Don's way. It's good for Michael.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, yeah, if you're around like
I don't understand it. Well, it would just be
And obviously good for Don.
First thing I do is I would go get a big dog.
All right. Yeah, Mike, I got your message now. I just responded back to you. I just need to get your email address to give to Don, and then you'll be all set. So congrats, Michael Bunton, for winning tonight's giveaway, courtesy of Don E. Looks like we did get a new player to the table. Looks like RZ has joined us for the final 40 minutes or so.
Kind of like low testosterone computer programmer.
exactly. They're not going out like when I was out there.
Congratulations, Michael.
Yeah, like
Definitely congrats, Mike. I definitely got your information. I will give this to Don after the live stream is over, and then he will be in contact with you. But good stuff to you, sir. Kirk taking his leave. He's like, I'm out. This game sucks.
Kirk going for the attempted hit and run.
it's at the Cowboys.
Actually, I do remember that duo saying he remembers winning one of these with Taco.
I do remember that.
Gave it as a tip to the viewers. I think it was one of my first commentary gigs.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty early on.
I worked in the Eagle for a little shell for a while. I wasn't a
Full
huge
two.
but
You make me go high haywire, Sean.
Sorry, man.
Full 3, full 4.
San Antonio fans.
Dallas is good, but it's starting to get too big, man. It's going to be like the biggest. It's going to be the new LA pretty soon.
I mean, I agree.
Pretty soon, it's going to be that huge. Like
It's 10 RJ.
they're already projecting that the next.
Take care, Kirk. Be easy, man. We'll see you. I'll see you tomorrow.
They're saying that the next census, 2030, that Texas will, if you don't count illegal immigrants, it will be the most populous state.
Really, a lot of people left California. That's for sure. Price of housing.
Here we see Sean Louie put a little stab in with a gut shot after it checks to him, and that's good enough to take it down.
The growth rate, they're saying if it stays at half of what it is now, it will be bigger than California. If you don't count like the 25 million Mexicans in California.
Well, Cali has like a net. Do they have a net in Florida?
No, it's somewhere between 18 and 25 million.
It's probably still a are they still a sanctuary state? Or?
Yeah, it's great. SoCal is just nuts. It's like it's like North Mexico.
I like Duo's way of thinking. Next time he wins, he's going to tip the announcers. I like
English
that.
is not the language of this. And I don't care. I mean, they're all good, hardworking people. Just pay your taxes.
San Diego is one of my favorite cities.
So that would all have to go your way then, country, if it's me.
I pay a lot of taxes and insurance and health insurance. La Jolla is really nice. I don't like paying for other people's health insurance.
Oh, here we saw Hunter put in the 3-bet over a small open. And Don, I hope you're watching, Mike. Don just flops the nuts. Fortunately, nobody bets on the flop. But the turn 8 of hearts gives Hunter the nut flush draw to go with his middle pair of tens. So we may see Don get some value out of it here. Hunter is going to put in the call after Don bet 175, which is a decent sized bet. Don continues to have the best hand on the river. Don went for the check call, trying to trap Hunter there, but unfortunately for him, Hunter had showdown value at the 10.
Wow, Don just continuing to improve more and more. He's
Chipping
almost at
up,
10K
chipping
in
up.
front of him now.
He's giving it away to charity. Don't you realize that's the
charitable guy.
Oh man, something. He's giving it to the wrong charity.
Meanwhile, Taco goes, "What the hell?"
Taco's like, I was doing it too, but
Yeah,
Don
that's why he
took
put his
it.
hands up. It's like, well, then what's the reason I'm losing?
Yeah.
How many cats?
Two really expensive cats. Persian cats.
Persian cats are used for 4. Roll 6.
Well, I guess technically Tacos is still given some vicariously through Don, but it's not the
that's true.
5%. It's all of it.
Yeah, not the way he was trying to give
Not
tonight.
not the way he wanted to give back to the community.
Just in case anybody joined us really late, Tacos was one of the victims that allowed Don to get to that chip stack he has in front of him.
Yeah, big
Don.
hand.
Don flopped open-ended straight with flush draw when Tacos and another player both flopped a set. So 3-way all in and flush hit for Don. And then he never looked back after that.
Didn't he run as a Republican? As a Republican in the state of California, right? That wasn't that long ago.
No.
Like, I mean, what happened?
Maybe 10 years?
Well, parts of California, they're like
What's the
Yeah.
I mean, we just got done talking about perspective, right?
Right? So it's like, well, what happened since then? Like,
I'm just saying.
It really went like off the deep end.
They got the voting machines to...
Meanwhile, Don raising it up. Tacos puts in the call, so they may clash again.
Don,
But I mean, even
So Don wins
plus
this
the
clash.
flush draw.
pretty far left back then, we're still.
He's going to check, try to induce. Tacos does stab, betting 75. Tacos does have some backdoor straight and flush draws. But there comes the check raise from Don, and he's going to take it down again. Inching closer and closer to that 10K mark.
So gross. It's amazing. Don was stuck 3K at one point in this game, and then ever since that hand where he tripled up from Sammy and Tacos, he has just been unstoppable.
Big stack energy.
See what you did there.
Was she newly elected or something?
You're not wrong.
She's been in there for 50
Oh,
years.
she's just
Nice.
Well, she like had a fall like a few months ago, right?
Navigated just about every hand correctly ever since the big triple up.
Later, some people came and grabbed him and just started talking. And didn't even see if he's okay, just kind of pushed him in the back and started speaking.
He definitely had a stroke.
Oh, he had a
like,
stroke on TV? Oh, sure.
Look up Mitch McConnell dying.
You'll see it. It's
like literally today and yesterday.
Now Mr. Bill opening up from the button with King Queen suited.
We have to get term limits.
They're not functional.
No, they're not.
Well, see, all of them. They're
You
all
have to
fucking.
get term limits. We have too many funds. Like, I'm sorry.
And he just gets to take it down.
You just can't be 90. My wife's dad just had frontal lobe aphasia, and I took care of him. Poor guy, but he shouldn't have been running. He just couldn't even function. It's so sad.
The problem, like I've always told people, is that in the United States, these are not our best and brightest. I mean,
we know that.
that's like they're
Before
they're-
TV, we would just assume they
The
were.
best and brightest are in the private sector. I mean, they're working for themselves and their families. I mean, that's I'm pretty sure that's what you're supposed to do. But then when you elect these people that aren't our best and brightest, and they get old, and they start making laws and enforce them.
Oh, we gotta get term limits.
It's not even that. It's just like they start.
It's a very interesting table conversation that's happening right now.
It's gone all over the place tonight.
Yeah.
There's nobody.
Yeah.
They're not leaders. They're just
Speaking of twisting the knife,
nothing.
poor Tacos opens with King Queen, and Hunter looks down at Ace King. He's going to 3-bet it.
Sean Louis had Queen, Jack that was in the muck.
He's like one of the most successful stock traders of all time.
Well, her husband is.
Well, yeah.
Raise 600.
And Tacos, tired of being 3-bet by Hunter, puts in the 4-bet. Just unfortunate timing for him as Hunter has the goods this time around. He hasn't shown down a lot, but Hunter has woken up with a lot of premium hands in spots that look bluffy.
I don't care if it's a school board.
Only having to show down a few of those, so
You're way good.
sure enough, we see them two get it all in. And that's
Hunter has
lots
the
of 10.
ace, and that's
Lots of
that's
10
tough.
comes out, but yep, Hunter gets a pot shipped his way. Tacos getting stacked on this hand.
That island energy.
Get me out of here. What do we got? Like 30 minutes left.
And so Tacos may be calling it a night potentially.
Got beat up enough.
Yeah. Been a pretty rough night for Tacos. Very unfortunate, especially going back to flopping top set in the big hand against Don. Getting it in with the nuts. Just couldn't fade the draw. And then been pretty much a little frustration since then. Nothing really going his way.
I'm gonna roll to the house.
Oh, wait. Ma'am?
Bro, you're
Ma'am?
gonna love this.
Cocktails.
Michael, one Don's giveaway.
Raise 60 in the 2.
No.
Somebody mad?
The best guy.
The bus guy?
The best guy.
Okay, good.
The best guy that could win.
Alright. Good for the people.
Tell Michael I want
Well, there we go, Michael. They all approve that you won. You won.
5K plus whatever he
He
wanted.
came and played the stream one time, and he got in this hand with Hunter. It was like ace king versus eights, and he was just like misbetting the whole time, like not even making proper bets.
Eights, and then just bet like 20% pot the whole way down.
Hunter's just like, I don't know what to do.
Yeah, I called down an ace high because
He tried to raise you, but it wasn't even like a legit raise. Like, I don't remember.
The dealer
Sounds like we found the cheat code to finally
okay, this is enough
beat Hunter.
That's no raise. Then he did it again. Then he bet like 1/10 pot flop, 1/10 pot turn, and then
Yeah,
like
there's
20%
like
river. or whatever.
1,500 in the pot. It's like 100.
Crushed my soul.
So they have the wrong Michael B.
God, you're up a lot too, dude. Like, what do you think? Like 4K? I don't know. It's all he's not playing. In a big game, you don't. It's especially when Hunter's playing, man. Dude, Hunter's a nit, bro. He ain't gonna take any of your shit. I'm surprised he called with ace king right there. He only called because it was me. I can always count on Hunter to call with ace king. If I had eights right there, you're lucky to ace it. I know.
And our newest player to the table, RZ, with the best hand right now.
He beat me so many times, I was just like, no more, bro. Put my foot down.
He's going to take it down.
You know what? If people want to, I'm going to go 5 back in.
He's coming back. All right. All right. I like it. I like it.
Those loose ass calls, I gotta get back in here.
I want to keep playing after. I know Don's leaving.
You know what?
I'll play.
Give me the beer, man. Corona lime.
He's coming. He's back.
I gotta go get money to get
He's
shit.
back from the top.
Hunter took all my money.
Your
and my
beer over
chips.
here when you get back.
I'll be right back.
If she comes back. I can't go. Not promise. She may be slow.
Raise 50 and 7.
I'll buy a beer to keep the game going.
Sean Louis open it up. Gets to take it down uncontested.
That's cool.
Once again, as we're nearing the end of the stream tonight, do appreciate everybody joining in, watching us, watching these guys play some 2-5
They range anywhere
with a quarter ante.
from 100 to like millions.
Been a pretty fun game tonight, to say the least.
Either you dive for them off the coast, here. I mean deep. They have them in Central Florida. This was off of a collector who goes in North Carolina. That's cool. Yeah. Pretty sick. That's heavy too. That's muscle ones.
That is a big animal. You know that.
Raise 75.
And we're going to have Don versus Hunter, blind versus blind. Don raised it up. Hunter wakes up with jacks in the big.
Just pile it in.
Hunter does 3-bet. And Don's going to let it go. So Hunter gets to scoop a little one off Don. He can be beat after all. Big thanks to everybody for watching tonight. Anybody out there is interested in playing on a live stream, you can go on our site, bestbetjacks.com. Under the poker tab, click on the live stream, and it'll take you right to the games list as well as where to sign, how to sign up. The little questionnaire at the bottom of the page.
Raise
I've had
75.
probably 90% great first card.
All right, Donnie raising it up again, and flops top pair against Brett, who does flop a gut shot. It's a monotone board, though. It's going to be tough for Brett to continue with a straight draw, holding no clubs. And he does let it go.
Small blind, big blind, and Annie if you want to come in right away. Oh, that's my last hand? It'll be 32. That has been my time. Good night, everybody.
Duo says he wants to play here, but we're so far away. Well, if you ever get a chance to sneak out, Duo, we'd love to have you. Hopefully sometime down the road you can sneak in for a tournament series or something like that.
I think they can be like intermittently like challenged like every few years. You know?
tournaments are more your thing, we have the Card Player Tour coming in 2 weeks. Right around the corner. Satellites have already started. Event 1 kicking off August 10th. That August 10th, Event 1 is a 400 buy-in, 100K guaranteed in that prize pool. And then the following week, our main event, 1,700 buy-in, 300K guaranteed mystery bounty format. We will be live streaming the mystery bounty pools along with a featured table in day 2, as well as the final table for both Event 1 and the main. A lot of fun coming up around the corner in August. And obviously, if you're big into tournaments, the big one, WPT, rolls around at the end of October.
Well, it's what defines them. So they're scared or they don't want to release what it is that defines them and their life.
Yeah, it's going to be crazy for the second half of the year, which it's crazy. We're almost in August. 2023 has flown by very quick. 8 deuce deuce flop.
Right, I mean, just don't start doing.
Yeah, card player, as Mike was just mentioned about, then WPT at the end of October. And then slowly but surely after that, Christmas, 12 Days of Christmas, our biggest promotion of the year. Well, now we see trip deuces on the board. Don's ace in very good shape. Mr. Bill's going to go ahead and fire out.
Well, I guess some of the weird shit she does is
175 here.
She's 83.
Don does correctly call ace high.
Ace high is going to be good, unless Mr. Bill feels
super frisky.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, he's been known to get a little frisky.
He has. He is going to check it back, though. This is going to go ahead
Don
and go to
takes
showdown.
it down. And that's going to put Don around the 10K mark.
Yep. What a night. What a night for Don. In fact, this is how good of a night Don has had.
Boing.
Yeah, up over 5K now for Don. Mr. Bill up over 3K. Hunter near 3K. Brett, 1,300 for him. RZ just joined the table a little bit ago, but he's already up a little bit. Not so good of a night for
pedophiles or no?
Trace Tacos.
Or just
And there's a look at the VPips. Quick look at the VPips. Flip it back up again real quick here just so you guys can see it.
Visited the island and knew what was
You see it?
Correct. Anyone that was in his black book, it's
but not necessarily straight up pedophile.
correct. You never know. But, you know, it's the first time we've seen that, so it should be interesting.
Did you read through it or no?
So I read through the first, he's releasing them in 200 at a time increments, and I read through the first 200. Yeah, it's pretty, there's a couple in there.
He hacked some courthouse database or something?
I don't know. I mean, I guess he's not telling anyone.
Sorry to hear, Duo, that there's no great poker right nearby you.
He's probably hacking a lot.
I might go insane myself if I didn't have the option to go play once in a while.
His name is, his name is Dom D-O-M Lucre. His name's
He's an independent journalist.
But he used to be.
We got about 20 minutes, about 25 minutes remaining in the live stream here. Appreciate you guys hanging out with us. Appreciate you guys watching.
The problem is that Liz probably has.
Again, tomorrow night we'll be back at it with some 5-10 no limit hold'em. We'll see Mr. Bill back on this live stream. Could potentially see Don back on the live stream, maybe.
What a mess. They're all a bunch of sick fucks. Fuck all this shit. Like, they're for real. If you fly out there and see that.
Then on Saturday, we'll have 5-10 PLO taking place as well.
He's already like a new guy.
Jack 5 King flop.
He's like, he's like the
Flush draw for Sean Louis.
fucking F-team for the next 10 years. Well, I'm the
Let's
new
throw out the bet, and RJ will let it go.
Fuck that guy. Fuck the PA that was giving him these sweetheart gifts.
D did have a monster on that board, especially compared to RJ's pocket fours.
Was that in Boca or Palm Beach that he got those deals? Palm Beach, right?
starting myself.
Like that DA, there's a special place in hell for that DA that knew what was going on and then decided to give him that deal and not prosecute, just give him house arrest.
So if you're like Aaron, talking about it in the chat, live pretty close to any of the 3 locations, we do have another shared promotion coming up next weekend, Saturday the 5th. 1,500 being given away every 30 minutes, shared across all 3 rooms. So if you missed out on Christmas in July, it's a little bit of a deja vu on that day.
Yeah, it'll be a lot of fun for sure. That's going to be taking place next Saturday, as Mike was just mentioning.
And the CIA, the director of the CIA.
Yeah, for me, it's about a 20-minute drive from me to the OP location. About 40 minutes to St. Augustine.
I'm more on Duo's side now.
Oh,
stuck having to drive about 2.5 hours to go play.
Yeah.
Would not recommend.
Would not recommend. 0 out of 10.
0 out of 10, yeah.
I don't know. If ears are about ears are like almost as good as fingerprints as far as whatever. And there's been multiple people that have examined what the old pictures and the guy they showed.
They don't think it was Epstein.
Was he cremated?
We see RZ take down a pot.
It's getting weird now, right?
Finally gets to take down something.
Yeah, he was cremated.
The guy who cremated down, and the ears were different.
They shot him out of a cannon for
He may still be out there somewhere. Whatever.
Obama did that to Osama, right? Yeah.
We are going to see a button straddle on this hand.
I mean, what the hell is this?
It's like visiting that guy. Body double? What the fuck?
Right.
I don't know.
Probably
It's not the craziest conspiracy.
Talk about
Especially when you lose all the videotapes. And they didn't even
friends in high places.
Those 2 guards, they
Saddle on the button for Mr. Don.
I don't think they were convicted, right? They got off all the charges. Those 2 guards. That like
Don, it's
also
your
the
shirt,
logbook
right?
and then
Okay.
the video, all the videotapes went down.
I thought you challenged me on the
I
button.
saw like body conspiracies where you like got wheeled out.
So far, it's a limped pot. Gets around to the straddle, who is going to check his option. RZ looking down at, 8 deuce offsuit. Just going to check it. 2 players flop middle pair on a ace 9-4 rainbow. Sean and RJ both with a 9. Sean with the little bit of a better kicker.
Yeah, you never know. Like, when you're that powerful.
And now that kicker became a better 2 pair. So Sean with the best hand. Checked it on the turn for deception. But when RJ checked back now, Sean going to bet river for value.
Like all those guys when they go, you would have to ask a shot. All those guys when
You see Sean take down that pot after RJ lets it go.
prostitution's legal in Switzerland, right? So they're yes. So they've got like they're flying out the hottest girls from all over the world, and it's just like one big party for the old fucks, right? And then I think it's just a power. It's like, why do they have to be 14 now? What is wrong with these people?
No, I agree.
There's something wrong with
When I
these
was
people,
young, I
man.
wanted the curve.
It's called perversion, my friend. The more perverted you become, the more sick you become. You just need to get worse and worse and worse. It's just like drugs. Yeah, it's just like drugs. I mean, you just gotta keep getting more.
Hunter waking it up with ace king under the gun. Gonna open it up to 50.
At some point,
Sean gonna call with pocket 7s.
5-year-old or some shit, you know? Like it's crazy.
See RZ put in the call with 8s. And don't call it a comeback tacos. Is gonna call with a jack 10 offsuit. Flop comes down 5-5-4. So both Sean and RZ with overpairs. And it actually checks around to RZ. Imagine he's feeling pretty pretty good with his pocket ace after everybody checks it over to him. When he bets, Sean Louis does put in the call pretty quickly. It's just going to be those two to a turn. It turns another undercard to the board with a tray. And Sean just puts a pile of black out, putting RZ to a decision, whether to be all in or not.
I felt like it was a check. I felt like you were going to go wild bill and probably go for the check.
RZ is going to think it over, figure out how many, how many chips he's got, decide whether he thinks he has the best hand or not.
You're gonna snap me off when I jam the ace here. I got 5-4.
He's looking at the list.
Within my house.
A couple of hands did come in, like 6-7 and ace deuce.
5 radius of your house. Jesus, that's terrible.
I'm terrible.
I don't want to know, man.
You can't live within
That's
a
all you
certain
need to
race.
see.
It's
all screwed up on the
that's,
phone.
that's not right. Come on, man.
Jeez.
That can't be accurate.
There's Riverside Avenue.
That cannot be accurate. Come on.
Registered sex offenders.
Yeah.
That
But
cannot be
can't
accurate.
they like not live within a certain radius of a school?
Yeah.
That
So
can't be
that's
accurate.
why I'm
But there's like
confused.
different types, I think.
Yeah.
There's like
I believe that.
predator is like you basically did something really, really bad. Offender, like you could have been caught peeing in public or something. You know, it could be a lot of things. So,
It's a really, really tough spot for RZ. Obviously, if it checked over to him, he might have happily stuck it in, denied some equity.
It's that way.
I'm gonna
I
get
just looked
security
at
in my house
the
tomorrow.
Florida
Get
Department of
another
Law
guy.
Enforcement website.
Does that include people that are like public exposure within 300
Yeah,
yards
yeah,
of a
well,
school?
that's
and
what I
stuff
said.
like that?
Like sex offender there, but then
I want
predator.
show me sexual predators, man. That's what I want to see. Like I don't care about all.
RZ does make the call.
You can't filter that. So what are we looking for? Red? So the little orange thing.
So RZ gonna have the best hand, get a full double up.
This is Riverside.
So dude, how about it wasn't, so the dude that, my buddy's Michael B, but it wasn't him. It was a different Michael B. That little drawing.
The fake Michael B.
It was a fake Michael B, dude. It wasn't the real Michael B.
Don't pay it, Don.
Don't pay it, Don. It's a fake Michael B.
It's a fake. Not the real Michael B. We're not paying that.
But imagine Michael's gonna argue that he is real.
It's like, oh, it was another Michael B. How could there be another
There can only be one Michael.
There's so many Michael B's out there. In fact, our room manager down at St. Augustine is a Michael B. There's so many Michael B's. Michael B. Jordan.
Are we staying and playing?
I want to. I know Don's leaving. Good call. What about you, Wild Bill? You want to gamble with us all night, big dog? No, you told me you were in Borgata. We drove all the way down here.
You can't play it all night.
That's beast, man. I don't know if I can do that.
$10 straddle on. See Mr. Bill limp in. Now Hunter's going to limp in as well.
If you lasted this long,
Brett waking up with ace-5 suited. He's going to raise it up.
that's 6 and 7. I gotta work in the morning, but I'm so stuck.
I gotta go too. I work for
I'm so stuck, bro. I hate that. I'm just gonna play your heads up till I win.
Don't make me do it.
Action gets over to Tacos on that button straddle. Fortunately for him, he wakes up with garbage and has to let it go. We see both Bill and Hunter call, so Brett gets to play this position, this hand 3 ways in position, even though he's under the gun. That doesn't really matter when Mr. Bill flops
Nothing I like more in poker.
all of it. Queen, queen 10, flopping the nut boat.
I will happily play you as well.
Hunter did flop a 10, and he is going to lead after Mr. Bill checks it over to him. Brett did call Hunter's bet. And Mr. Bill continues the slow play. Now super clean river. Hunter has the option to maybe bet for some thin value here. And he does. That's 150. Targeting anybody with like a weaker 10, like 10 jack, 10 9. Just trying to get some value, thinking he has the best hand. And Brett floated on the turn. Might try to turn his hand into a bluff. And that's what he does. Brett's up to 550. And Mr. Bill wondering if Brett has a queen, and if so, how much money he can get out of him. Pretty dream spot for Mr. Bill. But imagine he's going to raise it up very large. Just hope that Brett has a big hand that can pay him off. Brett has, you know, ace queen, king queen, pocket tens. Brett was the pre-flop raiser, so he can have a lot of those hands. Obviously, Hunter's in there behind as well. There's always a small chance he has something, but we can tell that Hunter's obviously going to turbo muck as soon as Bill puts in the raise.
I grew up in West Texas. We have rattlesnakes and we use metal wire.
They're the most poisonous.
Yeah, those. Apparently they don't bite very much, but all it takes is once. And you can't swim away from them. They're faster in the water.
And there goes the big raise from Mr. Bill, making it 2,000. Hunter trying to figure out what just happened in his hands. He went from betting for value to facing two raises.
Let's go! Stepped in dog shit, Hunter. Stepped in dog shit, Hunter.
Tacos with perfect play-by-play.
You flopped it again! He set y'all up, man.
That's what makes him legendary.
Why'd you raise though?
How many
You're not
times?
becoming a legend.
But I don't understand why you raised there.
How many times have you flopped a
You have
boat
the
tonight?
nuts. Well, why did you re-raise them?
I did.
Yeah, why though?
Right?
Why?
I had a
Curious.
He thinks
Yeah.
that you shouldn't have
I mean,
raised
I
so
raised.
tall.
I had air.
No,
so-
I mean, you have the stones there. I just don't understand the re-raise.
Why wouldn't he raise?
Why wouldn't he?
He was trying to get more value. Hunter's not calling 5 right there. He called.
So it was on the river. Definitely a good spot to raise.
Once when you first for something.
I just don't know how it's so hard for me to beat there.
No.
It's really crazy.
Oh, shit.
Because he thought the river.
Oh, yeah. I thought it was on the turn. I thought they were on the turn. Oh, okay. My bad.
He waited all the way till the end.
Yeah, like
I got away from it, but it's like I had a pretty
That's why you raised. That makes sense.
We'll talk about it.
We're going to see it.
Tacos opened, and yet again, Hunter's going to wake up with a hand he can 3-bet against Tacos.
That's huge, bro.
It's been a recurring theme of the night.
Middle pair. Get in this fucking hand, bro.
One of you had
250.
10, 3 pocket 2, 4, 4. I would hope.
Ace 5.
Brett having to admit that he was bluffing with nothing on that last hand. Mr. Bill put him on a big hand.
My one bluff. No, you showed an earlier one.
Semi.
And reluctantly, Tacos lays it down. Definitely been a frustrating night for him. It's been like clockwork. Every time Tacos has opened, Hunter wakes up with a big hand behind him. Always makes for a frustrating night.
I was trying to guess what you would bet 150 with. I don't have the best hand. He's either value betting nuts or he's got like middle pair.
snake pit right now.
You lost the minimum, man. You lost like 100.
It's expensive out here in the streets with this. Bill's trapping me every hand, man. I fall for it every time.
Top set, no
what am I
good.
supposed to do?
Top set, no good.
World's smallest violin, huh?
Sean Louis with a middle pair on a 10-7 tray board.
He's trapped me, and I bet every time.
Hunter with the slightly better middle pair with pocket eights.
It's only the.
Now turn 6. It's going to give Hunter a gut shot to the straight flush.
I haven't had a fucking full house all night.
He does brick. Sean Louis has 2 pair. Action does go check, check, and Sean Louis is going to take it down. Nice turn card for him.
Can't pull 6-7 when you do it.
It's alright, I haven't gotten away.
You haven't, dude. You've gotten away from every potentially bad situation.
Snakes are at least favorite.
Can't wait till you flop your settings.
The great white was stopping
You're gonna fucking
Yeah, right.
Flush.
Snakes worse.
You ain't getting away
Snake
from top
stands
set.
for
I don't care how much.
Some of those things like
Now our newest player of the table, RZ, looking down at pocket kings.
Talk to Will.
Raising it up, makes it 75 to go.
You know what I thought about? I was like,
Don putting in the call, Queen Jack.
I can't tell you how many times I've kicked one leg over a fence post.
You got money to get paid.
Taco's calling it King 5 suited. Mr. Bill coming along with 6-5.
I had to go sell crack cocaine to get enough money to buy in.
We know what kind of card he's
Sean Louis waking up with 10-9 offsuit out of the small blind. He's going to put in the call as well, so it's going to be 5 ways to this flop.
If I don't win today, I can't make my
RZ obviously far and away with the best hand.
world's smallest one.
I can't make my payment if I don't win.
Flop comes 8-4 deuce rainbow. So Mr. Bill with a double gutter.
Thank you, bro. What's your name?
Everybody else will probably easily get out of there unless somebody decides to go a little nuts with a bluff, but
Looks like 175.
RZ did put out the continuation bet. Bet right around half pot.
I can't see beyond Don. Massive chip stack over there. What are we playing right now? 25-50? Over around. Bought in for 5 pounds.
You pull? Just me? Oh, no.
Mr. Bill is going to lay down the straight draw.
Alright guys, here we go. Final 3 hands of the night. Just a reminder, do not start racking up until the conclusion of the final hand. But we are at final 3 hands now.
So as you guys obviously just heard, we're on the final 3 hands of the night. Like Aaron says, hoping Mr. Bill's run good continues in tomorrow's 5-10 game. We are back tomorrow. 5-10, no limit Texas Hold'em. Kicks off around 6 p.m. A couple of players in this game will be back again tomorrow, including the legendary Mr. Bill.
I'll tell you what.
We can play 5-10.
Bill and Don.
So it should be quite a fun game tomorrow. Today's was a lot of action, a lot of fun, and sprinkle in a few of the 5-10 guys tomorrow, along with some of these, and it'll be a good one.
Well, if you do, be sure you get drunk first.
It does. You've been real tame. 62 disappointed.
Yeah, sorry.
We can hear you snoring all the way over here.
Marvin, can you scan your cards with the diamond again, please? Thank you.
So, AMXL in the chat. Appreciate you coming and checking us out. We do like to mix it up. 2-2 no limit, 2-5 no limit, 5-10. A lot of different games we stream here at Best Bet Live, located in Jacksonville. Hope you're enjoying the action. The action in this hand, RJ does connect with his ace on an ace-10-10 flop. But Sean Louis takes the betting lead. RJ is going to let it go. RZ now with a gut shot. May call, but does decide to let it go. Sean Louis gets to take it down with the aggression. 9 high like a bounce.
You would have had to call a shove.
Given the fact he was the pre-flop raiser, you can see why RJ wasn't too comfy with a weak ace. Sean Louis was the initial opener. One of those way ahead, way behind situations. So 2 hands to go before the stream wraps up tonight. Hopefully something fun happens to wrap us up here. Been no shortage of good pots this evening. Fortunately, we see just a quick raise and take, and we'll be heading into the last hand.
Why don't we do a bomb pot? Can we do a bomb pot for the last hand?
All right, guys, this is the last hand.
Can we do a bomb pot? Last hand?
Bomb pot.
Bomb pot for the last hand?
I'll
be allowed.
You'll do that. Alright. Bombs does
550.
50 bomb pot?
Can I rack now?
I'm in a horrible position.
Don, you can throw it all in the back.
But you killed him.
Come on, Don.
Double board. Run it. Double board.
Double board?
So here we are, final hand of the night, I guess. They're trying to discuss whether they want to do a bomb pot or not. Also, some breaking news. We just had the PLO bad beat hit.
Wait a minute. That's
Oh, wow.
Out in the room.
Thank you.
So Trey is informed me of it. He'll let me know what it was. But yeah, the PLO bad beat apparently just got hit.
And no shortage of an action. Bad beats, high hands, tournaments.
Double.
I'm fine with double, but
I'm fine with double too.
Double.
Appreciate the nomination duo. I don't think we'll ever make it, but appreciate it nonetheless.
As I mentioned before, I have quite a good crew that carries me through the commentary. So
Is it single or double?
So they're still trying to discuss how they're doing this bomb pot. I think it's going to end up being a single board bomb pot to wrap up this hand of the night. But Don is going to book the big W. We'll show the stats afterwards. Don electing to not play the bomb pot.
Not gonna do two?
No, it's good.
150.
Yeah, unfortunately, if they can't come to an agreement. So Sean Louis pocket jacks for the final hand of the night.
And Brett with a flush draw.
That big flush draw opportunity here for Brett.
Trace Taco is going to float with ace high. He does have the ace of diamonds. Might try to rep something. So 3 ways to a turn. Just comes the deuce. Pretty safe card for Sean Louis. Upgrades Tacos to a pair.
Country, is most of that list real tomorrow, or you think it's a lot of 400?
I want to say about 75% of it's real.
That means I'm probably going to get on if that's the case.
Sean Louis bets again, and Tacos is going to call with his deuces.
He is.
Brett gets out of there.
You know how it is.
And good fold from Brett.
Like that, and the first day show up, everything, other times.
Yeah, pretty easy for Brett to get out of the way after Tacos smooth calls the second time. He could have a bigger flush draw, a large portion.
You got like a pair of tens, don't you? Yeah. That's Mario. Oh, really?
Got 2 spin.
It's like there's 5 on the board.
And Mr. Bill, double it for
Nice. Get him, Mr. Bill. You got a Russ and a Mario.
Get him, Mr. Bill. All right, that's going to do it. Sean Louis takes down the last hand of the night.
Yeah, that is going to be it. So that's going to show finish out tonight. Let's go ahead and show the final stats. Yeah, Don, big night for him. Finishes up almost 5K, 48.96 for him. Mr. Bill over 4K, Hunter 2,500. Pretty solid night for some of these guys, except unfortunately for Tacos. But hey, we like Tacos. He's a good sport. You know, it's a lot of fun to have on the live stream. He'll definitely be on again for sure. But that is going to be it for tonight, guys. Appreciate you guys hanging out with us. Appreciate you guys watching. For our dealers tonight, Seth and Trey. Mike, any final words from you, man?
No, just can't wait to get back at it again tomorrow. Excited to see, you know, some of these faces as well as others. Appreciate everybody coming and hanging out with us tonight.
Absolutely. Well, that's going to be it for tonight, guys. Again, appreciate you guys hanging out with us. And we will see you guys tomorrow. 5:10, No Limit Hold'em. 6 o'clock, we'll get that live stream up and running. We will see you then. As always, thanks for liking, subscribing, all the fun stuff. Appreciate everyone coming through and watching. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Again, take care. Be easy. See you tomorrow night.